Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 289. I will be with you after the intro. A few niggles to start up this morning, unexpected ones, worse ones, where the computer wouldn't even start. I don't know if it's got too cold overnight, it's freezing, that's for sure. That's possible. Or it could be a hard drive problem developing, which ain't good. Never ending. I'm doomed. How's the audio sound? I haven't even got that up. Hello. Sounds alright. Susan, Charles, who else we got out there? Was that J1980 changed his name again? JD80. You start to confuse me when you start changing your nicknames. Hello. Good to be back. Although it's stressful. No swearing inside, keep it civil against each other and me. No trolling, no self-promotion, promoting fraud channels or posting links. Unless you got permission. Unless you're a moderator. Moderators can post links though, but just be careful what you're posting as a mod. Yeah, looks like it come up alright. It's a wee bit behind on Google there, but looks like the test screen. So, sounding good, you reckon? That's good. Never know what's going to go wrong. Okay. JD80, you're not J1980 by any chance, are you? Is that the same person? Or a different one? I don't think I saw you say. Stream. Fortunately, my eyes are a wee bit foggier today. I've been putting drops in, hoping to clear it up. Yes, it's J1980, changed his name again. Yeah, what are we going to do today? Got a fair bit there. So the video, hopefully I can see though. Unless my eyes get fixed, my days are numbered, I think. Video analysis and topics, that'll do. Have to get my brain into gear. I like the freedom to edit your name, eh? Yeah, it confuses us though. Unless you say that your older name was. Is Susan around? I haven't seen Susan. Is she about? Susan. I don't think she's around. I'll send her a PM on Discord. She's probably watching some Netflix, is it? Okay, we got a few people join this now. You can see the subs have been slowly going up. Mostly it's speeding up on BitChute there, so it's a shame we can't switch over from YouTube completely. I think they've just got the technology and bandwidth behind them without crashing. I think other alternatives will probably fall over with live streams. Yeah, I just don't like how they take 30% of the super chat. I think that's just greedy. What do you think? Do you think they should take 1/3 of the super chat? I don't think they should, especially if it's under a certain amount. Like if it's under $50, it should be like maybe maximum 10%, maybe. Even that's a bit greedy to me, considering what you get paid as affiliate, as a Amazon affiliate. They only pay you like 5%, and then more you sell, then they move you up a tier, like 7% and so on, 10%. And the more you sell, more commission you get. Google should be the same. It should be stepped, you know. I know they've got to make money, but still, they make billions every year. I don't think they should really take it from small channels that are just trying to get going. We need the gear to be able to do it in the first place, too. But I have got subscribe stars, so you can actually pay $5 a month towards the thing if you go to the subscribe star. The links are in the about box, about section if you scroll down. 30% is too much. Yeah, it is. When you're talking about American money too, right? Because New Zealand is like double American. Well, it's not quite that bad, but it'll probably end up being that bad. Yeah. Trash, no one. I don't think I've seen you here before. Who else we got? Renee. Charles. Yeah, I'm not sure where Robert is. I didn't actually post around. Let me just do that now. I'll just send out a tweet. Now live. Need to come across. I don't think everybody's getting their notifications still. I noticed some shows that I'm subscribed to I wasn't getting notifications for. And I checked the bell and all that, and it's definitely ticked. So, not sure what's going on there. And it's definitely ticked to all things. I'm not sure if you guys are noticing that, but that's really frustrating. And there's a couple of shows that I wanted to watch. Lucky enough, I went to their channel and checked directly and to notice it. But it's just makes me so angry. Why they're controlling it like this? It can't be that flaky, surely. Bad code. Oh, it's so cold in here. It's like sitting in a warming up fridge. It must be like 10 degrees Celsius in here. I've got the heater on, but it'll warm up slowly. It is nice and sunny outside now. Oh, what's going on? Yeah, so that's the messages sent out. See if more people pop along. Yeah, we suppose we could start, but I was hoping Susan was going to be here. And Robert, maybe. Wonder where she is. She may have taken her friend to the hospital again, maybe. Okay, well, let's just start then. So, yeah, we got some tabs here open. I'm trying to look for new MUFON cases that we haven't covered before. It's been running really badly slow lately. I wasn't sure if I'd done that one before, but we'll have a look at it at the end if we get time. Okay, so Paranormal Breakdown put out this thing yesterday, which we did ages ago, about the UFO crash down in South America. So he's just got a video here, which was the complete one where someone strapped together various videos, but we only looked at this end one where it was said to be a UFO, and it was quite interesting. His analysis came out the same as what we were saying, almost, but he said it was a glass bowl reflecting. And I think we said it was possibly a glass globe reflecting some lights, household lights. And he said what was snow. It could be snow outside, I suppose. He said it looked like someone dumped a load of ice cubes or whatever to make it look like snowy outside. But anyway, it's kind of a strange video, but we'll just play a clip of it. Oh, let's just get past the music there.
In these days of uncertainty, pandemics, riots, it's good to know that we can still rely on those who create hoax videos for us to poke fun at. This one here, called UFO Crash in Mays, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, 5/13/2020, witness bypass military security, is a real textbook example of this. A bright blue UFO is seen over Rio de Janeiro, and it turns red and crashes into the lake near Mays. But really all he shows is just another aircraft landing light or spotlight. It never turns red or is recorded crashing into the lake, of which there isn't one. Now there is a bay, but no lake. Now the story goes on to say that booms are heard the next day. We then see a video of some official-looking building with what sounds like gunfire coming from behind it, some smoke. The security is lax, with an old fence that is open for anyone to walk through. Locals are hanging out just outside.
High security. How are they done here?
Then the video shows a night scene of some flashing off in the distance. Could be fireworks or flash grenades, or
I think Scott Brando said it was Transformer explosion video.
All this unimpressive and seemingly disconnected footage leads up to the final climax, which is the only footage that can be considered the main event on this video. And with that, we have a couple of witnesses to the UFO crash who were said to have managed to sneak past the perimeter to record the actual UFO. The quality sucks because it was recorded off a monitor. We hear what sounds like young people talking. Let's just show the original video.
Consegui furar o bloqueio da empresa, da indústria. Gente, tá aqui mesmo um disco voador muito grande, tamanho de um ônibus. Gente, muito grande. Não é mentira. Não é mentira, gente.
Now we clearly see what looks like, maybe someone dumped some ice out of a cooler? A white blanket? A white rock garden? Not far away, probably several feet distance, is
that's a possibility.
Like a metal bowl on its...
Kind of looks like that, what do you call it, quartz rock that you get for your garden, where it's all chipped up. That kind of looks like one of those crystal balls that you get, and it might be someone that's just put it on top of like a display, actually, and just angled their computer, not computer, their mobile phone to video it with the background out the window there.
Side, reflecting a bit of light from behind the camera. Now, this has got to be seriously one of the worst attempts of UFO.
In fact, that's a better quality video to what we were looking at on the internet. So this looks like one of the first generation videos he's found here. I don't think we managed to see the whole bowl outline there like he has
Hoaxing
here.
I've ever seen.
To me, it looked like a glass sphere.
Not even one CGI.
There you go. Look, you can see.
Thanks.
You can see the outline of it here. Upside down bowl, maybe a glass sphere, like the jugglers were using, like someone said. But he said the same, you know.
Thanks for watching. What looks like a metal bowl on its side, reflecting a bit of.
He reckons it's a metal bowl, but to me it looks like a glass bowl. But it's possible. It looks kind of like it's transparent there to me. You can just see some of the background through it. So he might be slightly wrong, but he's slightly right. Looks to me like some of the backgrounds through it myself. Does look like it's got a insert here. I think the juggler balls had a little plastic insert, didn't they? But yeah, it's good to go back and recap some of the old stuff, see what other debunkers or skeptics say.
Light from behind the camera. Now, this has got to be seriously one of the worst attempts of UFO hoaxing I've ever seen. Not even one CGI. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, so we'll give you a link to it if you want to re-watch it. What do you call it? Brazil? What was it? Brazil? Well, South America will do. South UFO Crash hoax. I wonder how much money they made from that one. I know millions of views on Facebook. I'm not sure if they get paid quite a lot in ads here or not. Debunk. Confirmation. Damn eyes. Hang on, let me just zoom in a bit. Susan's finally here. Susan JD80 is actually J1980s renamed there. Yeah, so moving on. Because I only give certain people moderator rights, so when someone joins on with a different name, with a blue, with a spanner, you sort of got to say, don't remember that person. So, Open Lines did a good summary of the nonsense going around this week on, was it New York Times article? And Tucker Carlson possibly getting it all wrong again, saying that the government has a craft that has crashed, off-world craft that has crashed. Seems to be, again, a lot of corrections and misinformation, smoke and mirrors, bait and switch going on. And then we'll see what the Dream Team reckon. So let's play this clip here. I said I was going to plug it for them. And then I'll give the link at the end. I'm going to play probably half of it, and then I'll put so you can go and listen to the rest of it. I'll play the main part anyway.
Didn't have the thing.
Hang on, let me just refresh it.
Didn't have the things that people thought it would have. It was definitely very light and didn't include anything about this alleged Wilson document or any of that. But it did have Eric Davis. But I think that's kind of a weak point.
Yeah, so he's talking about the New York Times article that what everybody was expecting. He said it was really light. But there are some rumors that more's coming. Well, it has to be better than what's currently out there anyway.
But anyway, I don't want to, I already have, but I don't want to, sway your opinion any further, Martin. But what did you think of the article?
Well, I thought there was only one part of it that was, kind of, really, really interesting. And that is the part where, Eric Davis does say that, these things on these retrieval material does not appear that it could be made on Earth. And then also that he's made a couple of, since March, and I think he said October as well, he has briefed the Senate Armed Services Committee back in October on, off-world, I think, or unexplained objects or something like that, retrievals of. And I think that is probably the most interesting part of the article for me.
Those Davis statements?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that you're right in a way, except for here's the problem. And here's my problem with him. And I'm sorry, guys, if I'm poo-pooing a lot of this stuff, but I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. The Keith Clores of the world, if you're not aware of who Keith Clore is, he's an awful journalist who is very unethical. And he really posts a lot of stuff that he knows are lies. How do I know this? Because I know him.
Sounds like UFO channels
at least
out there.
I've met with him, and I know what information he has, the people he's gone to interview, and I know he has accurate information. But people like that look to really make people in the UFO field look bad. But at the same time, if you're writing a story for the New York Times or any article, you have to be honest about the credibility of the people you're writing about. It is pertinent to the story that Eric Davis is out there promoting MJ-12 documents as real documents that are demonstrably false, that I think Paul Dean said in one of these articles, he's found at least 20, and it's a short thing, at least 20 things that are wrong with it. But go ahead, Martin.
I had no idea that Eric Davis was the one. I heard about the resurgence of people saying that MJ-12 documents are real. That was part of the attack that when I was talking about being attacked. And I had no idea that it was Davis that was actually stating that.
Davis has said one of those is real. And it's just I think just if you read it, the way it's written, it looks like it's a cut and paste job, I guess. But anyway, regardless of that article, he's also someone who has been involved with the Skinwalker Ranch investigations.
Right. Yeah.
Has said he's had his own paranormal experiences. I mean, I don't feel those should be held against him, but as a journalist, if I was writing a story, even for Open Minds, I would include those things because they're pertinent to the story. And it's better that I rewrite those and I try to frame it in the way it should be framed, in that he's just a scientist, a legit scientist who's been interested in this topic, as opposed to the Keith Clores of the world who will do an expose and just trash him, make him look like a complete goofball and lunatic. And when this New York Times story, the crux of it is what he's saying, that could really tear down the New York Times article if that was to happen. That's my fear. Beyond that, he is, like you said, the most...
Okay, Robert's going to cover more of this tomorrow, on tomorrow's show. See what he's got. But we'll play this to halfway anyway. And then they start talking a wee bit more general stuff.
It's important because if we look at this article, and I'm going to show it again...
Someone in the side chat made a good point that off-world vehicle could actually be man-made space junk that's coming down from outer space. I suppose they could use bait and switch words like that in newspapers and whatnot, and so that's sort of misleading, dishonest, in my book, really. But didn't they say it was also materials? I think they talk about it here. Materials not made by mankind. So when you combine off-world with that sort of reference, sort of changes things a bit. But again, is it just isotopes, which isn't a proof of anything in my book? And it could be completely wrong as well, because it's all based on Big Bang theory and the universe having a start as well. So that science could even be wrong. Although it may have, black and white, somewhere in between is actually the truth. But anyway, we'll just keep on listening to these guys. Rojas is doing a good summary here, making some good points. And he seems to be a wee bit better than he used to be. Maybe he's got burnt a wee bit on the Wilson documents and Corbell and all those other characters that he was hanging around with.
Oh, did I push the wrong button? Here we go. There are comments, the other comments, which I thought were shocking. And actually, this is the comment that I think is the most shocking. And I actually got a hold of Leslie Kane about it because I was so concerned. And Luis Elizondo, but I'll tell you about it right here when we get to it. Here it is. Mr. Elizondo is among a small group of former government officials and scientists with security clearances who, without presenting physical proof, say they are convinced that objects of undetermined origin have crashed on Earth with materials retrieved for study. My problem with this statement is it's false. I mean, my suspicion is that they used paraphrased public comments. The reason I say that is they're not referencing anything, which they should, as to what is their source for this statement. Also, if they would have based this off of a interview with Elizondo, they would have said that and they would have used quotes, but they didn't. So that's why I'm suspecting they used other comments. Now, I got a hold of Leslie and she said, Elizondo said he's fine with it. I got a hold of Elizondo and he said, yeah, I am fine with it. That's shocking, I think, with my confirmation, because now Elizondo is going further than what he said in the past. To the Fox News, he admitted he believed the government had materials from a UFO or debris. That's much different. If I have materials, like some little piece of essentially what we've heard about, which are little pieces of metal, smaller than this, just, like a penny, tiny little piece of metal that may be peculiar. If you're taking this to scientists in the mainstream and you're saying this thing has some really weird properties, they're going to say, wow, this is a scientific anomaly you've discovered, if you're able to prove that. But you can't prove it's part of an alien spacecraft or anything, just that you have something anomalous. Now, if you have a part of a craft, that's completely different. Something like this can be debated in science forever as to what its origins are with no resolution. If you have part of craft, that's completely different. Then you know what it is. So that Elizondo is saying he's convinced of that is interesting. Now, in the original article, and this is another big problem with this article, and this is the article said that Harry Reid had said that there were crashes had occurred and that they had retrieved materials and been studying them for decades. He didn't say that. They've already had to make two corrections here in the story. First of all, they had to correct this part. Well, let me get to the second correction, actually. The second correction, which is kind of strange, is that they said that the Senate Intelligence Committee asked for reports every 6 months. That's not true. What the Senate Intelligence Committee asked for was a report in 6 months after the bill passes, not repeat reports. Kind of a strange mistake to make. But yeah, they also had to correct what Harry Reid said. And they said that he believed about Trump, that crashes of objects of unknown origins may have occurred, that retrieved materials should be studied. But there is news to this, Marty, good old buddy, because Senator Reid just moments ago tweeted this. He retweeted the New York Times article, and he said, I have no knowledge and I have never suggested the federal government or any entity has unidentified flying objects or debris from other worlds. I have consistently said we must stick to science, not fairy tales about little green men, which kind of sounds like he is even rebuking what the correction says.
And also, he's talking about, obviously, the dream team there. Fantasies. Well, we'll get onto them in a minute.
Wow. It does sound like that. He sounds like he's a little PO'd.
Yeah, it does sound like he's PO'd. That's the problem. So this is already bad. So you have 2 corrections already the next morning after it's released. You have a senator upset saying, no, I did not say those things that are central to your story. And you still have hanging out there. Luckily for them, Lou's not upset about, the misstatement. And then you still have hanging out there, who's going to write the expose on Davis? I mean, with any luck, no expose comes. And that way the credibility of this story article is not undermined. And I hope that to be the case personally, but I just doubt it. I think that if a big enough paper decides to do that, it could really undermine and destroy the credibility of this article. And here's the even bigger fear. Why do this now? Why poke the tiger right now? Because we have this Senate Intelligence Committee report request asking for UAP reports. We don't want to jeopardize that at all. When I talk to people, I'll just put it that way, they think that perhaps the purpose this story could serve is to say, hey, we know there's crash retrieval stuff in there, so you better include that in your UAP reports. I don't know that to be the case. That would be shocking. I think that would be a major game changer that would have some pretty significant cultural ramifications, societal ramifications, but a little problematic, this article.
Well, I find it really surprising because when I realize this is in section A, page 17 in the print, but when I spoke with Leslie, I don't know, maybe a month and a half ago, when their article was going to be featured on the front page, that I know that's a big difference, and they had to vet, everything for around 3 months. It seems this was probably not held to that scrutiny because it was an article going in, page 17. Is that what you think it is?
Could be. That's a possibility. I think that also, people have asked, why are we treating this one differently than the December 2017 article? Well, the December 2017 article was revealing some pretty shocking stuff, but it had an abundance of substantiated information, firsthand witnesses. For instance, in this article, we have no firsthand witness saying, I worked on a program with crash retrievals. So all we have is third-hand information, people who believe or have been convinced. Eric Davis is the only one who said he's briefed people. But what did he brief him about? MJ-12 document?
I don't like that Eric Davis guy whatsoever. He's a bit of an airhead scientist, believing in all sorts of stuff out there. Yeah, I just don't know why they hero worships a lot of these guys.
About meeting with Admiral Wilson when Admiral Wilson says that never happened. Those are the type of questions, legitimate questions people could ask. And also, so I think also we can see in this article, it's a bit Frankenstein. Like you can tell is writing from multiple different people. I think that there was a lot of editing that did happen to this article. I've heard, again, this is a rumor too, that, a substantial amount of this article was removed. So I think this one did go through some heavy
maybe the
editing.
real stuff.
And, it was written by Leslie Kane and Ralph Blumenthal, who also wrote that December 2017 article. And I don't think we necessarily have to blame them, because the editors certainly had a lot to do with this as well. And they may have made those changes that were resulted in these mistakes. So I certainly do not think we should blame them completely for some of these issues. So
Well, Scott
I just
Brando
are gonna.
will.
I don't know for sure what the upside of this article is. I know some
I think
people
he's
are
got a
excited
few
about
things
it, but
out already. Let's have a look. Scott Brando just loves to find mistakes like this and say I told you so. So let's see. All right, I thought he was going to put that one up. I was wondering if he's going to put that one up. Yes, he may have seen my post. Maybe he's unblocked me now. Another hoax known as Scott C. Warren. Oh, was it him that put that one out? I didn't even see that. Q. Here's a similar case I exposed. So we'll come back to that one. So you can see here he's repeating or retweeting New York Times critics and people making comments. Nice debunking. And somewhere in the skies is pointing out the changes. This is garbage. The latest New York Times article. Latest viral article from New York Times, and we got Metabunk onto the false claims of their vehicle. I'm not sure if I go into that or not, but we'll just leave it sit there. Maybe we can just have a quick open. I think it's covered what Open Minds are saying the same things though. We couldn't make it ourselves. So recent article, current state of public knowledge about military investigations. 2 lines sparked the most interest, both quotes from Eric Davis. Off-world vehicles not made on Earth. So that's the main key thing here. I suppose they could have made it out in space from the space station and thrown it down. So you can still play with words, I guess. Unfortunately, this has been repeated in other media as some kind of official Pentagon statement that they have pieces of an off-world craft. It's not. What it is a statement with very little contents. But Eric Davis is not the Pentagon. He is a scientist at EarthTech, an organization formerly known as the Institute of Advanced Studies. EarthTech basically is composed of 2 people, Harold Putoff and Eric Davis, who are 2 crackpot scientists in my book. You got to remember, this guy was a Scientologist. And to me, this guy, I don't know, something off about him. Just looking at him, I get a bad vibe from him. So he goes on a wee bit here. I'll just post a link to it so you can have a read of the whole page yourself if you want to. But yeah, these guys are just giving more ammo to the skeptics, I think, rather than actually proving that we were right, that the aliens have been visiting here. Sort of going backwards. We're going nowhere, going around in circles chasing our tails, right? We have to see what Robert has to say tomorrow about it all. He's been following it a bit more detailed than I have. I kind of think, that's kind of boring. I know it's going to end up being a pig's breakfast. I'll just go and keep on doing my regular stuff. Sure enough, that's the case. So we got some stuff there to look at here. That's happened overnight. So I did see that one come out yesterday. I did post it around Twitter as well. I know Secure Team used to publish these ones. and it turned out that someone had taken a frame and edited it to make a black square in it. So it was a proper hoax. I wonder if it's going to be the same what he's going to repeat here, but we'll get to that one. Go back to this. Do we need to hear any more of them? We'll just keep going on a wee bit to see.
I don't know if I see it.
They're going to have to make another retraction, another correction?
Well, there are a couple other things that people have noted that possibly should be corrected. So they've already and they did make one where they didn't state they made the correction, but they made a correction about the aerospace company that Eric Davis currently works for, because it's more of it's not necessarily its own separate company. It is more affiliated with government than which is interesting, of course, but then was alluded in the story. So I don't know. These are, I'm sorry, and I know people are upset. People are like, we should be happy about this. And I wish I could be happy about it. You guys know me. I'm a positive, Pollyanna most of the time. I'm all happy, joy. But unfortunately, this one just seems to be a little bit more dangerous than, or possible. And this is what I said, right?
Well,
I said,
damaging.
If they're writing an article along these lines, it could get pared down and become so toothless that it could be more of a detriment than a help. And I think I was right. I think that's what's happened.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about this. And on coming up to this point before the article came out, I mentioned earlier that you and I were both attacked, basically. And what I meant by that is that there was a lot of people out there that were saying, well, not a lot of people. There was few people out there with a lot the having their back, that something major was going to come out and was going to change the world
on the closed group.
And it was tied into the Wilson leak documents. And you and I have talked about that before.
The problem is a lot of these guys make friends, and if you criticize their friends, they block you. Rather than seeing that their friends are hoodwinking them, telling them lies, trying to claim to be experts when they're actually trying to sell their own books. And Rojas got caught in that, unfortunately. We know Jason Gleaves is not a professional video analysis by any means, because he doesn't even know basic roll and shutter of cameras, right? Because his first debunk that he put out that he wrote in his book was that one where the guy was hiding up his smartphone filming what were clearly birds flying in front of his small aircraft at 1,000 feet above the clouds there.
About all the red flags that in particular has, and just a lot of things just did not make sense. Yet the people that were into it were really, really into it. And then they had, I don't want to say minions, but they had other people attack me. And I stopped going on Facebook and reading that type of stuff. Or if I read something, I'd skim through it and then I wouldn't even reply anymore, because if I replied, I'd get attacked. And, because I wasn't following suit. And then there were all these little love fests that were having, group
don't attack the 4 channels
where they would talk about, when I say love fest, all about the Wilson documents, how they all agreed that these are the most important things, blah, blah, blah. And I mentioned to one of the people running the streams, well, why don't you put a skeptic on there? One of the people that I wasn't saying myself, but just a person that is skeptical of the Wilson documents, balance it out. It doesn't have to be such a love fest with all these people, patting each other on the back, how wonderful these things are and what breaking news it is. Anyway, that never happened, but I'm wondering how these people right now are feeling about this article, because the last communication I had was, just be patient. When this article comes out, I'll be vindicated, and then you'll see.
Talking about UFO Jesus, I think.
Well, this article didn't do too much, did it?
No, they weren't vindicated. And now they're saying that there's more articles to come. And,
just like the end of the worlders. Well, it's at this time, but it's going to be
really
next year.
Yeah, and I mean, and Ralph Blumenthal has made comments along those lines that you can't write everything in one article. However, You know,
he has,
with 2 corrections, the senator upset, the day after the article comes out, I think that this is gonna hurt. The New
Yeah.
York Times is definitely gonna think twice before they tip their toes in the UFO pond again. I think that they'll be much more careful. I don't think they won't do it because
He's
they've
banging
gotten a
on the
lot of
mic.
hits. But I think they'll be more careful with how they structure the article and maybe even who they have write the article. And you know what, guys? A lot of us get pegged as UFOers, you know, tinfoil hatters, because we're interested in this topic. But when stuff like this happens, you know, they're like, see, they're those tinfoil hatters. That's why we shouldn't have trusted them.
Yeah.
And that's why people are skeptical of all of this stuff. And that's the other thing that scares me is that they're going to have to put up or shut up, really, when it comes to even my good buddy Lou, you know, and I do tell him this, that, you know, when you make statements, you've got to prove it. And at some point, some kind of information is going to have to come out to justify or vindicate those statements.
He said Lou is his buddy, you know, and being a reporter, that sort of changes your bias, I reckon. And if you go against Lou, then he may block you, or, you know, this is a problem. A journalist, you can't have buddies. You got to be impartial. But anyway, just see how we go.
Statements that they've made saying that there are crashes and stuff. So, and I kind of feel weird about that because on the one hand, that would be very eye-opening on this.
They even talk about Linda Moulton Howe, right? Even they don't see her as a credible journalist anymore. But yeah, that's what happens. She was believing the Doty stuff, right? But they talk about that in a minute, and then I'll end up on it.
I mean, think of the cultural ramifications of the government saying, "Oh yeah, we've got a crashed alien spacecraft."
Yeah. Right. Adastra just also said that something about Senator Reid did not say. Can you read that? Did not say that in part of the article.
He's saying that he blasted up for misquoting, which is exactly what I just said.
Up higher, there's another statement. But anyway, I'm wondering.
No, Senator Reid did not say that, and that part of the article has been. He's just saying the same thing I said, and then he said Senator Reid tweeted about an hour ago blasting NYT for misquoting. So he's saying the same things I said.
Yeah. Okay. Can we talk a little bit about Eric Davis? This is an interesting segment.
Go for it.
Now I know you had Eric on your show. I listened to it, and it was very interesting. What was it, about a year and a half ago, something like that? I
thought less than a year, but time flies.
Yeah,
but essentially, he said this stuff that he said in the New York Times article to me over a year ago.
Right. But do you think when he's making these claims about?
Of course, open minds have restructured now, so you have to actually. There's a join button. If you're big enough, I think you got to have like a certain amount of views or something, or subs, 10,000 subs before you get a join button like this down here. Not too sure what it does, but it pays a monthly membership, bit like Patreon and Subscribestar. They're trying to cut them out, I suppose. And that allows you access to other videos on their platform. It pops up if you a membership, instead of having to hide it with Patreon with unlisted and all that sort of stuff. Google are doing it via their own, I guess, search. So once you're a member, it shows you all the videos. So it's a wee bit more secure, I guess. But they obviously take their 30% cut out of it, probably. But yeah, so he's doing all these other interviews, and unless you pay $2.50, I think it is, you don't get to hear them. And I think you have to pay more than that to see the video version. You get access to the audio version. I suppose it's like a static screen with the interview happening, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's worth paying the money to check it out. I know Robert is a member, so maybe he knows more about it.
The briefings and all that. You know, we've been in this place before, and I know he's been involved in, you know, going all the way back to Skinwalker Ranch and earlier. But do you think it's possible that this could be another misinformation segment?
So it was over a year ago. It was May 2019. I thought it was sooner. Or no, I'm sorry. It was April of 2019. Do I think what? I'm sorry. I heard your question and I
this
lost
could
my-
be more disinformation?
Well, that's the thing is that, okay, let's look at that. I think that's a pretty hefty claim. I think you know, just like I totally agree with Chris Mellon and Carl Sagan, but Chris Mellon uses this term in Unidentified, I think every episode, that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And a lot of people are like, no, just evidence. You know what? That would be nice, but you're living in La La Land. In the real world, you really, in order to change, to turn heads, if you're claiming something extraordinary, you need extraordinary evidence. So the bar is really, really high. And to make the accusation that there's disinformation going on is also, you know, you've got to substantiate that. However, the MJ-12 documents, the very first time MJ-12 was mentioned, I say this all the time, but the UFO community is not getting it, so I have to say this all the time. The MJ-12 documents were first mentioned in the Aquarius document, which was handed, well, actually, Rich Doty gave this to Bill Moore, who gave it to Paul Benowitz. Why? Because they were, according to Richard Doty, he was giving disinformation to this UFO researcher to make him think that the things that he was seeing on the Kirtland Air Force Base, which were top secret projects, were actually aliens and UFOs. So there we have this guy who worked for Air Force Office of Special Investigation admitting that this was a disinformation campaign. Was it at the behest of the government? We don't know.
So does it make MJ-12 document fake? Really? Well, maybe there's, again, it's not black and white but grey. Maybe there's some truth in the MJ-12, but the documents were fabricated or cut and paste using other government documents to make it look realistic. So I know Black Vault went on about MJ-12 that they're fake, and he didn't agree with Stanton Freeman and all that sort of stuff. I think this is always going to be the problem with UFO field. Even if you can see that a bug is a bug, people are still going to claim it's a UFO, right? Even though they just want to believe so much. And of course, you've got levels of technical skills out there, and unless you see the stuff every day and see it as a bug, and other people they see stuff in the sky as UFOs, it's always going to be that way, unfortunately.
Oh, for sure, we can't prove that. I FOIA'd it. I've done articles on this, and it appears that the government, the Air Force, is saying no, he did this on his own. We had nothing to do with that. I don't know what the truth is on that, but regardless of whether it was government or just Richard Doty on his own, it was a disinformation campaign. MJ-12 was an admitted disinformation campaign. So is somebody still pushing that? Well, I guess, I mean, from what I understand, Hal Puthoff and Davis continued to work with Doty later on, and that Hal Puthoff even hired him, is what I heard. I haven't been able to necessarily verify that.
Wow.
But it would seem that perhaps they seem to be into this MJ-12 stuff. So I think that's definitely a problem. I think that it does show that perhaps there is some disinformation going on. And the fear would be is if Davis and or Puthoff believe in some of this, have they convinced other people with To the Stars of that? I don't know. I don't know those answers. I think that hopefully I'm supposed to get an interview next week with Lou, and we can ask him some of these questions, like what he bases his statement off of, or his what they attributed him to saying and his agreeing with. So we'll have to see. Yeah, somebody, Tim F says, Linda House still verbalizes verbatim everything Doty told her years ago as truth.
Poor Linda.
Yeah, I've interviewed her. I've got a podcast where I went over this with her. And yeah, she does believe him. And at the same time, when she came out with saying, hey, Richard Doty took me to Kirtland Air Force Base and he told me this stuff. And then she came out and said that. Richard Doty said she was lying. And I asked her that. Well, what did you think when you came out with this? And Doty said you were lying. She said, Doty never said I was lying. I've got it documented. Yes, he did say you were lying. I think he was lying. I think Linda Howe, even though I disagree with her views on a lot of stuff,
have a smartphone to
I
record
don't
it.
think she's a liar. I've never caught her in a liar, seen her lying really. So, but Doty.
So would that be a true statement? We've never seen Linda Moulton lie. Maybe she repeats lies and believes it. Maybe that's what he's meaning there. Like the Antarctica stuff, Spartan 1, Spartan 2, which we've covered before. Which I said, if you rearrange letters, it means NSA trap.
Changes his story and lies all the time. So, yeah, I think it is possible. But that's pure speculation on our part, no doubt.
Yeah,
but I think we'll probably leave it there. It's halfway, I think I said, and you can listen to the rest of the chat if you want to. Open minds. Go and sub to them because they do come out with some good stuff. Even if they block you on their group, like they did with me. Open Minds News. They got the benefit of being in California there, and where a lot of this stuff comes out, and they have connections to obviously people in New York. So the rest of us always hear it secondhand compared to what these guys are. They hear it before it hits the news, sort of thing. Contacts. But yeah, talking about UFO Jesus. Talking about having eyewitnesses, or sources. Is that coming up actually? Did they talk about that? I'm not sure if I missed that part. Talking about these credible sources. Let's just see. That was quite actually a good part. And I thought, yeah, that kind of reminds me of UFO Jesus talking about his sources. And let's see what we can find. I think we may have heard it already, but I'm not sure. Probably was reading the side chat. Sources. Yeah. What is their sources? 11 minutes. I think we did cover it, didn't we? 32. Oh, maybe not. I'll just listen to a wee bit more. It's coming up.
it just, when you said to me that, he's all in with the MJ12 documents, it's just kind of like one more part of it that is kind of very strange.
Yeah.
When it comes to him.
I gotta say, good one, Rodrigo. He made a good comment. He said, my favorite fiction literature, Spider-Man, the Bible, and MJ12. Oh, I forgot about the second part. That's a little
Bible.
Yeah.
So, so those are some of the questions. Look, my buddy Jason McClellan is here.
Hey, all right.
I'm going to say, yo, Jason. So, anyway. Yeah, so those are all the problems. That's what's scary. Oh, someone else asked a question. Zentil. We can't forget Trump statements. Yeah, we can. I don't think they really amount to anything.
You got to remember these guys.
A lot of people confused Roswell with Area 51.
Yeah, a lot of people felt he wasn't even talking about Roswell in the first place. So
that's what I said to Robert. I said I think Trump's thinking of Area 51 and not Roswell. And And Robert was saying no, 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 no. But these guys are now saying the same as what I was saying, that Trump misunderstood what he was being asked on that question. Of course, he's going to know what's going on in Area 51, what the testing. But Roswell, I don't think so. But anyway, it's quite a good point.
I did write
really.
a Roswell article just last week. You can all check out. Essentially, I was going over the Air Force's statement about, or idea about Roswell, the details of the Air Force statement. They do think it was a mogul balloon. They have some credible information to support that. However, I agree with you all that, how would this guy, they even admit in their report that it looked like just like the mogul balloon stuff was like a regular weather balloon. So how did Jesse Marcel get confused on that? Great question. And there are other witnesses who say there was something more strange to go on there.
It wasn't a balloon.
I do review how in the Air Force's examination of Roswell, they admit there was a cover-up. They admit that it wasn't a weather balloon, even though that's what Roger Ramey, the general at the time, had said. And even the material they showed, is not what really was in the out in the field that day. So there was a cover-up. Was it covering up Project Mogul or something more mysterious? We still don't know. So
Another
we'll
Black
have to see. Another thing that I just got done with an interview with Tim McMillan. He's a former police officer. He also did intelligence analyst. He was an intelligence analyst. And he's got the most incredible sources on all of this. He's talking to insiders in the intelligence agencies who actually have some visibility of these UAP task forces, ATIP, what is now the organization that used to be ATIP. And so it's a great interview. I really recommend people look at that. And I do want to review this, that it is one of the Rojas reports, which you do have to pay to be able to watch it. But here's the levels. For $1.50, you get the audio on Patreon. You get audio of everything. And if you're a podcaster, there's even a custom RSS feed, so you can get all of the audio, whether that's the free audio, like the audio for this show, or the audio for the Rojas reports, which is the $1.50 monthly. You'll get all of the audio straight to your phone. And then if you want to just watch it because you like the videos on YouTube, you can go watch my interview with Tim McMillan and I'll have it posted on YouTube. But again, you'll have to subscribe to the YouTube service to be able to view that. And then finally, the third way will be able to join us live. So if you join me live with my interviews, with McMillan, I had Brian Bender. I'm going to have Lou Elizondo soon. You can join on Patreon at the top level for the $5 to be able to join live. So I hope that a lot of you take advantage of that, because I love having you in here and being able to interact with all of you, just like we are here. So
yeah,
I'm looking at some of the questions.
Yeah? Well, while you're doing that, the subject of Linda Moulton Howe came up. Wasn't she basically lied to?
Oh, this is about the sources.
And
this
she found out, am I confusing Doty with some other situation where she was supposed to see footage?
She was completely lied to. Oh, yes, you're right. You are right. So
she's always
part
lied
of this
to,
whole
and she sucks
Doty
it up.
thing was that she was supposed to be given footage for this documentary she was working on. And that was the pretense of her going to meet with Doty, is that they were going to give her information for a documentary she's working on. Instead, they gave her this document, which was the Carter briefing. And it is ridiculous, talking about how Jesus is an alien, all of this really goofy junk. Go Google it. And unfortunately, she believes it's a real document and it's all real, but it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think I've seen it.
But they never gave her the video, and she believes that this whole campaign that Richard Doty was showing her this stuff, even though she believes the stuff was real, she thinks that this was all a ploy to destroy her project with, I think it was HBO, where she was going to make this documentary.
Yeah, I think you're right. I remember HBO as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's too bad.
Mm-hmm. So, other news. there is other news that is really positive and good, which is, and hopefully this does not get derailed by this whole thing, which is that the Senate Intelligence Committee report request has been grouped together with the defense bill, and it has passed the Senate. So it's moving on to the next step. This information comes from D. Dean Johnson, who, at least that's his Twitter name, who works in this arena, so he's able to explain all the nuances about how all of this.
Yeah, so we'll leave it there. It was quite a good little news segment there. So we played quite a lot of it. And of course now we got these guys, the Dreamteam and MUFON jumping on it, who works with the fraud channel Third Phase of the Moon, and I thought it'd be worthwhile playing their stuff and having a comment on it. So I'll just see if we can get the right place.
Texas Ranger, Pat, Super Pat, Rodrigo.
Are off-world vehicles not made on this earth?
Off-world vehicles not made from this earth. Well, several of us today, 5 of us, went on the Third Phase, gave our opinion about what Tucker Carlson said, and that's it. We don't have any other.
Okay, so we just played the real news about it all, about the off-world statement. So it comes from Eric Davis, Metabunk, which kind of we know that Fox News has never been really good for UFO news. It's always got a lot of it wrong, and they put up videos which are clearly contrails of passenger jets and that sort of stuff. And they recently put up that one of Area 51 where it was meant to be a UFO hovering over the landing strip, turned out to be the water tower on the base, and you couldn't see the legs. So I debunked all those ones too. I'm not sure how far back you've been following me, but you may be able to recall it. So these guys are jumping on this news here saying, oh, off-world, finally the government admitting they got a UFO.
Hold on a second. I think I'm being...
Oh, so he's going to get Third Face on interview, plugging each other.
I have Skype open just in case they call. We got about 3 minutes or so. They're going to call in, and Third Phase is going to call in, Blake and Brent Cousins, and we're going to go over the video today. I'll play it in the background while we're talking and whatnot. I don't understand how hard these guys work. I never met people like you guys who work this hard. I mean, I used to, but holy mackerel, you're sustaining this. So what does this mean? Does this mean you're going to keep doing it, or other things coming up? I know you always have interviews, but why did you come up with this panel?
You gotta unmute him. You can only hear him. No one else can. Poor MUFON. He's stuffed up again. So he's saying that Third Phase are hard workers.
Yeah,
guys.
you know, you're very low. Your sound is low. I didn't realize we gotta get past... my headset is different than everybody. No sound, no audio. That's impossible. Hold on. Let me. All right, let me try it. Let me start over here. I think I know what happened. Hold on. I'm so sorry, everybody.
He doesn't get crashes
I know
like
what happened.
we do
I hit
here.
the wrong button. I very rarely get calls. All right, hold on. Let me get rid of this. All right, now we're good. Can everybody hear?
We got a lot of good stuff coming. Whether I can get through it today, it'll be another thing.
We just had a little snafu with the audio there, but I think we're okay. Can everybody hear? Can you guys?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, everybody. How's everybody hear me? Am I coming in clear? Everybody on the chat? Nathan
yeah,
Allen,
unfortunately.
I'm good to see everybody. Pete Baker. How am I coming in?
Yeah, we'll see. 6-second delay. So 3, 2, 1. Let's hear if anybody says anything.
Okay, good. We're all good.
Okay.
Everybody's giving up. Okay. I just want to say, Rich, and everybody that's been participating in our latest episodes of Third Phase Moon has been really, really, stepping up to the plate. It's been beyond belief, the collaboration, and everybody,
Oh, the
delivering
Dream
their
Team are
files
working
to me with
together.
the stories that come
It's
out
good for
every single day on
subs
Third
and
Phase
good for
Moon, and
super chat
everybody chiming
donations.
in with their own opinions, and no bias, no censorship, just, letting people's opinions play out on Third Phase Moon along with the evidence. But wow, I got to say, today's episode and this historic day, in my opinion, might go down in history because, I don't know, when Tucker said an off-world vehicle has been recovered, and this was released just last night, and we're putting it out today, and I guess Tucker's going to do a follow-up. There's been
3
rumors that
people
there's going to
watching.
be some a major announcement coming in. This is very exciting. Well, where is this newly recovered off-world vehicle? That's what I want to know.
That is the question. Everybody wants to see it, want to know where it is.
That's because
But
it don't
some
exist.
people are saying, like I said in the beginning, is it possible he just misspoke and was going off of what Eric Davis says and other people about, the metals
they
and
got it
things
all wrong.
we've been talking about for the last year or two? Could it have been that? I don't know. It's a pretty big statement, I think. So isn't there an update coming up?
That's good. Well, that's a good question. But, with actually Tucker Carlson, I said, I quote, he's not misspeaking. He stated, I quote that statement, and he quoted it. I don't think there's any mistake.
That's right.
I don't really even think this has anything to do with this material that the TTSA is going to release. This is a whole different story.
I actually did have the news clip, but it was taken down. That's probably because someone didn't got copyright strike on it or something. I don't know. So let's stop listening to those turkeys. But you can see already the misinformation starting to happen where people are speculating. But they did put out this one here. Let's see if they added anything new. Here it is here. I'm not sure what they got a picture of there. Is that Star Wars or something? This is it. Pentagon has recovered off-world. And you can see the click views. The views on this is going up quite a bit. So let's
Third phase.
see if they got the news clip or not. I think they might have. So this came out after the New York article. So we thought maybe there was going to be some more information that's missing on the New York Times article. Well, we'll have to wait and see, I guess.
With investigating things soon.
Is about to tell us that they've recovered an extraterrestrial craft. Well, here's a report coming in from Tucker Carlson. Listen up.
There are new findings tonight in the search for extraterrestrial life. The New York Times reporting that a secretive Pentagon unit tasked with investigating UFO sightings is quite likely releasing some of its findings soon.
Is disclosure about to happen? We've got the panel. Richard Giordano's with us. We got Doc Skinner, and we also have expert behind the expo-politics of it all, Michael Sala. We also have Paula Asteria from Los Angeles,
Whoever
and we're going
she
to go
is,
to the UK
some
and
model
get
or
Elliot
whatever
Attick's
is online.
opinion as well. Now listen more.
If you go to her webpage, yeah, she looks really credible. Credible UFO person. This is her webpage, right? Enter. Probably should have R18 on it, probably. Let's see if it'll go in. Look at the imagery. Be like the moon. Yeah, isn't that just clickbait to sucker in the guys? Yeah, oh yeah, we gotta watch her. Woohoo, maybe you can get a date with her. Alright, California. A right poser. I'm sure Susan would love to be her friend. Well, maybe Shelley would anyway. Anyway, that's just hilarious where they get these clowns from. And Doc Skinner we've called out already on the lake, UFO lake thing that we looked at last time. They've all been called out big time. And Dr. Seller, he's working with Corey Good and all those other frauds, so you can't believe anything that guy says either. They're as bad as Linda Moulton Howe. Well, actually worse than Linda Moulton Howe.
To what Tucker has to say.
And those findings could be stunning, particularly for people who have doubted the existence. The Pentagon has been conducting classified hearings on UFOs for more than a decade. We know very little about what they've found.
The panel has arrived. We're going to get to them in just a bit, but here is the main news of the day. Possibly recovered extraterrestrial vehicles off-world, not from this planet. It's hard to believe, but listen.
But apparently, just recovered are off-world vehicles not made on this Earth. That's a direct quote. We're not exactly sure what they mean by that.
Davis, though.
But some of it's self-evident. So it's a big story, and we are scouring through the reporting on it right now. We'll bring
so it doesn't come from Pentagon again.
Let's get to it. We've got Dr. Michael Sala with us right now. Michael, what's your thoughts on this breaking news coming in?
Tucker Carlson was discussing an article that was published by the New York Times on Thursday night by Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kane that was focusing on a scientist, Dr. Eric Davis, who reported that he had given briefings to members of Congress and to the Pentagon about off-world vehicles not made on this Earth. So that's a story that was picked up and then published by other major outlets such as Popular Mechanics, the Huffington Post, and it's really making a lot of airwaves today. And this is really groundbreaking information. I mean, for many people
who have been dismissing
reports of UFOs for decades now as just tinfoil hat territory, now they're being confronted with this new reality.
No, it's not. It's still coming from a scientist. It's not the government. That's the whole problem. What's he saying?
With Joy right now. I mean, if we weren't worried about copyrights, I would be playing like Celebration, Cool and the Gang, Bob Marley's Redemption song, the Rock.
This guy's an airhead.
Yet you've still got the debunkers that have debunked these pieces of footage as being nothing more than jets or a jet with one engine out. I think we need an apology from these debunkers, personally. But I will say this. If what we're
and yet he used to be a debunker himself, but then he realised it's better to form bonds with all these fraud channels because it grows his channel 10 subs a day. At least 10 subs a day. I don't know, this guy has something about him. Just look at that look there. I just don't like this guy whatsoever.
Get is another piece of gimbal footage where we can't really make out what the object is.
So really the footage hasn't still been debunked, so the skeptics are still entitled to the opinion that it could be misidentified distant craft on those videos. It certainly may not represent what the pilots saw, right? So the witness statements are not in line with the videos. That's been what the whole problem's been all along, right? And the video wasn't what David Fravor was off his plane. It wasn't off his plane at all. Which is kind of annoying. You want the footage from the pilot's head cam, really. We want the HD footage. So these guys are just repeating the same nonsense.
I don't know how happy I would be with that. I think
was to learn as much as he could, crash, but hadn't made any great breakthroughs. That progress is very, very slow, and they don't.
And we get on to
know,
Bob Lazar,
Bob
language in a minute. Okay, so that's there, and then we got this other crackpot scientist, as I call him, the string theory guru. What's his name? Mincho Kuku, some Japanese American guy. Well, I call a TV scientist. Another big banger scientist with his theories and theoretical stuff. And of course now they put out this one here too about Egyptian pyramids discovered on Mars. So let's have a look at that one.
Third phase of moon.
That's just absolutely hilarious.
Welcome back. Blake Cousins here, Third Phase of Moon with a special report. Is it a possibility that the ancient civilization...
So all the episodes are now special reports, by the way.
that built the pyramids in Egypt came from the Red Planet? Gene Ward has submitted to me incredible Google Mars imagery that relates to construction built on Mars that resembles construction on Earth in regards to the Egyptian pyramids. What's it all about? We've got a special panel tonight with Dave Scott from Spaced Out Radio. We're going to go out to Los Angeles.
He's certainly
and speak
spaced
with
out. Must be all that
Asteria.
weed.
She's been to Egypt and she's looking over these discoveries right now. It's going to be an incredible update from...
Yeah, but what expert is she? We've seen her webpage, nothing about PhD and scientist or whatever. Who the hell is she?
her, and we're also going to go to Arizona with Doc Skinner and get his insight, including...
Who the hell is this guy? Because he talks utter garbage so far.
Dr. J. It's going to be an incredible ride tonight.
He's no relative, that's for sure.
Hang on, everybody. We also got my brother Brent Cousins with me. Let's get to it and
that
take a look
guy needs
at
a serious
evidence.
haircut.
We're going to break it down.
And that object is about 15 meters in length.
Hey, this guy here sounds like a drongo Australian dude. He's another one that looks on Google Maps and all that and tries to Google Earth, Google Mars, tries to find structures from blurry photographs, or from 1,000 feet, what is it, 10,000 feet up or whatever it is, which I don't think they have. They don't have that. It's sort of satellite. Satellite must be at least 100 kilometers above the surface, right? So the images ain't going to be that good unless they got really good telephoto zooms in nowadays. But if you look at the video, the images they've got from Google Maps, it's just hilarious, really. You're just looking straight down. You're not looking at street view or anything like that.
And about 8 meters wide.
There you go.
Zoom in on it.
Blurry image. Yeah, we're going to zoom in on it. Blurry image.
Larger port with this funny scoop in front, and this little protrusion coming out of the ridge line over there.
You can see how blurry that is. Or you can tell by the shadow that it's quite high up. It looks like multiple chunks of rock to me. They're saying it's some sort of scarab building, like an Egyptian building. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It's probably just a mountain range and impact, left over from impact craters, right?
There, and then on the side, what looks like a little winglet. And if you've been following my channel, I've always speculated this could be some type of craft or machine. But actually a friend of mine looked at this and said, hang on a second. She's seen something very similar to this.
Pareidolia.
And immediately identified it as it could be a scarab beetle sculpture. This one is found in the British Museum. And this one at the Karnak Temple
Complex. It could be 1, 2, 3,
if we
4
check out
piles
the
of rock.
similarities over here, we can see it's got the larger body at the back, the little protrusion coming out of that ridge line on either of those two.
3 years ago, and I bought a little scarab beetle stone, very much like the one up in the right hand corner here. And it does look exactly like that. I do have
She's
to
got a lot of
admit
makeup
it
on.
looks very much the same.
Let's go out to Arizona. Doc Skinner, what's your insight on this one, Doc?
All right, so we're looking at this image that's in looks like a debris field of rocks.
Yeah, exactly.
Now he focuses in on this one that we're going to call the scarab. And what's wild is he says we're going to focus in on that, But there's a rock off to the right that I actually want to see. It looks like an alien's face upside down. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah, you can see
that weird
faces and all sorts of things in rock formations and cloud formations. Hey, maybe they should crowdfund and send Blake Cousins to Mars and go and investigate all these claims.
Mental thing where you can see things in objects. So I don't know. But this is
he couldn't even think of the word then. Where you see things in objects. He couldn't think of pareidolia.
He zooms in on this one object that looks like a gigantic carving of a scarab. And at first I was looking at it thinking like he did, it could be a craft. But then he points out...
it could also be a aircraft hangar. Look, it looks like it's big enough to be one, and that's the front door that opens up, you know.
Scarab, and he puts along the comparison of the scarab statues. And the thing that sells it for me is the dip and that little nose that you see, that if you look at it sideways, it looks like a face, but in the idea of a scarab does look very, very close and similar to the statues he compares them to. So,
from the top, ridiculous.
Don't know unless I went there, but and looked at it myself.
In ancient Egypt.
So this is the famous Dr. J here. This guy blocked me. As soon as I pointed out that Tyler was a fraud, he blocked me on his channel. And he's definitely a defender of third phase of the moon too. They're all frauds working together to make lots of money. I'm not sure how much this guy makes, but didn't he start up the digital radio network and got Outbell on it and all that sort of business? So not too sure what happened there, whether he had antennas, satellite dishes, and got the rights to pay rights to a satellite to beam it all around America. So maybe he's got some contacts there and with technical know-how, but this guy just talks utter crap like Coast to Coast AM do. You know, they just feed the fantasy. They have. They don't like skeptics, these guys, that prove them wrong.
Egypt
Scientists.
Artifacts, this is something that their culture does look like. Now, I don't
know, is he, he kind of looks foreign to me, rather than American. Is he like South American or something?
think that a beetle was what was used to fashion giant buildings on Mars. I don't think Mars got their impression from the beetle, but why they look similar, you know, the scarab is a natural thing, it's supposed to be, you know, so that's the irony of this. But again, the fact that we have more and more evidence showing on Mars of stuff that looks like from Earth is very compelling.
Look, the reality is we've always wondered whether...
Now, we know Dave Scott's been like the voice of reason on this Dreamteam panel, even though he's no expert on it. He's the one that's making the most sense, and I think he probably makes the most sense here. Talking about pareidolia.
Whether or not there was once life on Mars. Was it civilized? Was there an ancient race that once used Mars as its home planet? Was it taken out by nuclear weapons in a nuclear war or some sort of fallout? The reality is we do not know. Until we get more science on Mars, right now what we're looking at is a bunch of pareidolia. Our eyes and our brain are trained
Finally,
in order to pick
got
out
some,
objects and try and recognize them with something
sense.
that we have seen
With
before.
age comes wisdom.
I think that's a lot of what is happening right now when we look at anything on Mars. Look, there are some strange anomalies. Never mind the bug that this gentleman says is there. It does look like that. But that could also be natural formation of thousands of years of windstorms, rainstorms, snowstorms, whatever the climate is on Mars. We don't know.
Then the other anomaly we're checking out is right there. This measure is about 510 meters across.
Which looks like an
and
impact crater.
Up close, It looks pretty much like the eye of Horus. We can see the eyebrow there, two eyelids and the pupil inside.
A pupil.
And we can compare it to that pendant with the Egyptian sky god, as Horus is known.
Or what Alan Parsons used for his cover as well.
All right, in this
is
image,
a great album.
We'll call it the Eye of Horus.
Eye in the Sky.
All right. It is, when zoomed in, something that looks like the Eye of Horus, and you have an eyebrow.
Next to a big impact crater.
Like.
Good one.
And
yeah, it's definitely the good place to build a sculpture. Where's all the pyramids and stuff? Yeah, right. That's just a natural formation.
Ridge at the top that is supposed to be creating the eyebrow is different from the rest of the natural structure. Now, I'm looking at it thinking, okay, those are cliffs going down into a cavern. You know, it could be runoff, and those are like the runoff lines. That's a possibility. Now, as he zooms out, we look at it.
Does it rain on Mars, though? I don't think so. So how can it be runoff? Unless there used to be water, which is possible.
Yes, there are large monuments that can only be seen from space. But the fact that this has been pressed up against a gigantic other structure, just something doesn't fit right with me on this one. It could be that thing where you look into things and you can see what you want to see. I don't know, but up close it is.
Look it up. All right, what else we got?
Egypt.
Okay, when we look at the second one with the Eye of Giza, all right, like to me, I could have said it looked like a football stadium. That looks like an NFL or a college football stadium rather than the eye. I mean, our eyes are just trained in order to figure these things out. We want to be able to put picture A and picture B and glue them together.
So I think we're done with those turkeys, right? Just moving on. But yeah, look how much money they'll be making from it all, right? 76, 4 ads, times it by 4. 400, $200 on that one probably. Not too bad. Going at least $200. So probably could get up to $500. Give it a downvote there. So I suppose there'll be something else coming out now probably. I think we've covered all the other ones here. But yeah, I suppose we've got to do that each week now. We've got to debunk the Dreamteam nonsense. So another new channel that's popped up, it's only about 2 months old, is a panel of behaviourists that know body language and actually teach it to government and are hired by government to analyse, I suppose, prisoners and stuff like that, and educate people how to interview people. So yeah, we'll just play a clip from this. Hopefully we won't get hit with copyright claim because we'll be promoting them. But they do use clips from so-called nasty TV shows that don't like this stuff being used even under fair use. So it's going to be fun to see what happens. So we'll just play a clip of this one on Bob Lazar to start with, and then we've got another one to cover after this one too, which has also recently come out, which is quite good.
Engineer analyze one of the craft, but there was a separate hangar for each of the crafts, and each one was essentially different in its visual appearance.
Did anybody tell you where the U.S. Navy intelligence got the craft from?
No, not at all. That's a lot of people have speculated about it, that they were either shot.
See, might notice that also I've talked about NLP and the eye movement, and this guy's always looking over this way, which is construction or rope memory, as they call it. So he's recalling a story that he's formulated in his head rather than retrieving it from experiences and memory, looking upwards and all that sort of business.
Shot down or they crashed, but the craft seemed undamaged, so I doubt either of those would be correct.
Is everybody good?
Yep.
Yeah. Let's move on.
One of the 9 flying discs he says he saw at the base, which was designated S4, looks exactly like this UFO photographed in Europe. Lazar called it the sport model.
I gave everything simple names. There's the top hat one, and the Jello mold, and the sport model operated, without any hitches at all. I mean, it looked new. If I know what a new flying saucer looks like.
Yeah, this panel's got 44,000 subs in 2 months.
It had a large hole in the bottom and a large hole in the top with the metal bent out, like some sort of, large caliber 4 or 5 inch projectile had gone through it.
Okay. Well, right here, I know you guys got a ton of stuff about this one, but he didn't, when he talks about the specifics of the hole, remember on the Joe Rogan one, he talks about how this ship is on its edge and how you can see he doesn't do this number because he says it came from the bottom and went up. Then he would have said from the side this way. So that tells me that's an inconsistency there. Again, I want to believe this cat's telling the truth, but this shows me deception in the comparative view of the past and the present, talking about that. And he uses his hands to create that picture. And like as Chase was saying before, that's so important because he's building. I don't know if he's looking at him. I didn't notice that, but he's creating that picture in your mind, so you'll have that as he tells the story. That's why he's a good storyteller as well, Greg, because as he tells the story, he builds it and he starts making pictures for you. Again, when we're building pitches for entrepreneurs, one of the things you do is you want to build a picture they can take out of their head and then go home and pop it in their wife's head or their husband's head, because they're going to say, what did you do? What happened today? You're going to invest in whatever it was? And I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Why? Because if you're going to put $300,000 or $1.2 million in that thing, you got to be able to explain that to your person. Just, you got to be able to nail. So they go, oh, it sounds good to me, because you're not pitching to the husband or the wife or the other person. You're pitching to that person, and you've got to give him something to take home. And that's what he's doing. He's giving us some things to take home and think about later. When you think about that whole, not this, but in the other one, it should have been that way, if that makes sense. All right, Chase, what do you got?
I agree. And I will say, in disagreement with one thing, that the building the pictures, I would not classify as a strong deceptive behavior. I speak like that naturally. I write fiction. So when I talk about stories, I want you in it. So if I'm telling you about some cool party, I'm telling you about the towing the kids on the boat in the tube, I'm gonna try to get you in there as much as I can. I'm gonna talk about the wake and all the boats out there on the lake on the 4th of July. All that's going to be in there. And the inconsistency that you pointed out, Scott, in this video, I imagined a ground artillery unit shooting a 5-inch shell upward through the craft. In his previous one on Joe Rogan, I imagined them performing this test in the lab from the side. So I think that's a very interesting thing to take note of. It's a good data point here. And I've waited for who knows what reason to challenge Greg on the rote, and maybe I'm scared. I've been reading Greg for 10 years before I got to meet this guy.
Here we go. Oh, wait just a second. All right. Let's do this.
Memorization. Mm-hmm. I think there is a possibility that this guy, as brilliant as he is, I think he may be on the spectrum.
Wait till the next video.
So, with this possibility, this rote memorization could be a result of him from the age of 4 onward, building a mask and how people like to hear stories. How do mom and dad, what makes their eyebrows go up? What makes them squeeze me? all of this, we're developing mass, so he's just remembering techniques to communicate instead of being deceptive. And I'm just saying that that's a possibility. I'm not saying that there's an absence of deception.
And you know what? So I accept the challenge and love that. I do think that there are anomalies, right? I would not say this is a guy doing this, except you'll see in the next few videos, he's not always been that way. And once you memorize, here's the problem, guys, cover stories. Cover stories, I'm going to show you very quickly why a cover story doesn't work. When I remember something, I remember the 9th word of the Star Spangled Banner or the 5th word of Stairway to Heaven, whatever word it is, and try to remember that, watch your eyes. 90% of you are going to go slightly up into your left. 10% are going to slightly up and to your right. That's just the way we're wired. It's not absolute. You have to figure it out in every person. I'm going to ask you another question. Remember your kindergarten teacher. What did he or she look like? Watch your eyes dance up into your head as you recall a visual cue, and it's going to be left or right. That's how we work. That's how we are wired. None of us do this.
Right.
We don't all go to the same auditory cue over and over. But, and Mark, you being an acting coach and an actor, you know this. People who act, I call it play acting.
Yeah.
People who play act don't have emotions. They have words. People who act internalize it, and it comes out as part of who they are. And so they feel and their eyes move and they sense. And it's how you can tell a good actor from a bad one. The people who just memorize lines, they all go in because they're repeating the lines. Watch a bad actor on stage. Go to a high school play and look for the good actors and the bad actors. The bad ones are going to be standing there regurgitating Shakespeare with no feeling. The guys who get it, they're feeling what they're saying because they're internalizing it. And so watch this guy, because what you're going to see is in his younger years, when you ask him a question he doesn't know the answer to, he's going to have to go and make it up, and his eyes are going to deviate dramatically from what he's doing on Joe Rogan. Watch. And I think, yes, there can be deviations, and I agree with you, Chase, 100%. A person can have an anomaly of a body language, and you have to look for it. That's why we looked for it, and we got it. You'll see it.
Excellent. And Chase, I agree with you on the part about when you're there, you're building those things. He knows that. That's why he's creating that picture for you to take home.
Yep. I'm not a visual guy. Look, tiny little eyes, big ears. I'm an auditory guy. I love stories that have, to both your points, that have details, because I don't care about looking at things. I care about to know what happened and how it went and that kind of thing. So both you're right. I mean, it's about building that picture. And I agree with you. He knows that he's building a picture for you to take home, Scott.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. Mark, do you want to gang up on Chase with us?
No, not at all. Let me respond to that real quick. That if someone is memorizing a mask or building a mask, they'll still go to a memorized line or a memorized pattern of behavior, which could make their eyes move in the same direction.
Sure. Yeah, but all this memorization going the same place all the time is why cover stories don't work, because when I ask you what you did last Tuesday and you go to auditory memory.
Yeah.
So we'll just skim on a wee bit here. What's the other bits I did? It's quite good. I'll give you a link to watch it all fully. Are we there to play Joe Rogan?
The lines of millions of years ago. For the information that I looked at, it seemed that, and there again, these are briefing documents, so I can't myself ascertain whether or not these are true. I can only assume it because the briefing documents I read that pertain to the propulsion system were true because I dealt with that. But they did make reference.
And gravity waves are wrong, that I've pointed out in my own documentaries.
To contact with the Earth over 10,000 years ago, also with genetic alterations that ended in a simian being, and all kinds of claims.
All right, yeah, right out of the gate there, he starts, when he asks him that question, he starts off with no. Basically, there's not much at all. Then he starts getting into the history of humankind, starts talking about things that happened millions of years ago that were in the documents or whatever he's talking about in there. Then he goes on to talk about how talks about 10,000 years and becoming simian beings. And it's like, you got to be kidding me. And he's creating that on the fly. I think we're seeing him make that up as he goes, because who would have asked him that before? How would he have thought that up? So I think we're seeing him create something as he goes. So, Greg,
correct.
As to your eye accessing, wherever he's looking there, he's looking down to his right, I think.
Down to his right, yeah.
He's creating right there, man.
Well, yeah, but emotional content, right? That's a I'm on the ropes move. That's not he's creating intellectually. He's on the ropes, right? When I get you and start punching you in the gut, you go to emotion. His brain is kind of jumping around like a squirrel in the road a little bit. He starts off with not really, but tongue out. And this is not a grooming move. This is a uh-oh. And then he goes to internal conversation, scrambling back and forth. Anytime you're looking at somebody and they're down and they're back and forth, they are scrambling back and forth with internal conversation. Watch his respiration increase. It's dramatic.
These guys are good.
Chase, you always say it. He's breathing heavily in his upper chest and his respiration increases. He starts to distance and push himself further and further away from whatever he's going to say.
And you can see that on the UFO proof video.
This was in something somebody else had written, and so I can't attest to how true it is. But I can attest to how true what I read on my side was. Well, why would you have reason to doubt that? Number one, he's pushing himself up. He even puts his force field up as he holds his hands up and says, figuratively, I can't be held responsible for that. This is prime. This is early in the game, early enough he's not gotten to rote memory, and he's still defending himself. Scott, I think we have one in here of even earlier, like
Skype.
1989.
They're using
he's
Skype.
Really young, and he's moving his eyes around and all that. But he is scrambling. That's squirrel in the road right there when you see him go down right. He's having an internal conversation and feeling it.
I noticed that too.
You can see the respiration increase and the dodging and ducking, and then the force field.
All right. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so this is the early artist at work very much. And by the time we get to Rogan, he's masterful and he's had all these questions. This is the artist sketching it out. He's like, he hasn't had this question before. And the interviewer's kind of gone, do you have a song about flowers? And he's gone, no, I don't do flowers. And then he's gone, yeah, actually,
why not?
I'll do one for you right now. All right, how's it begin? So it's exactly so non-verbally, what we get at the start is lots of vocal tics. We've got lots of shrugs. We've got this one side of the mouth stretching out here. In the really early version, he'll go from side to side to side to side. He's super nervous early on, but he's written a few of these songs already, and some have gone down really well. He just hasn't done this one. So so there's inconsistency for a start. Millions of years, tens of thousands of years. The document can't have said both. Okay. Then he excuses the document by going, some of the document may have been just false information for security reasons. So there's a get out of that, like pay no attention to that line. That line's a bit rubbish, and there's a good reason why then. And then I think here's what happens. He gets into the rhythm of it, and he gets into the rhythm of it because he starts to do very basic universal mythology, or what you'd hear Eric von Däniken do, I think, who was writing in the 60s previous. He starts to regurgitate, I think, some of the von Däniken stories, essentially, and the idea
that's all he's ever done.
That the mating
Science
of
magazine.
The ethereal thing with the human thing in order to get something superior and yet human. It's the gods mating with, it's fire from the gods. It's Prometheus.
History Channel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's Prometheus. And of course, that's
so they sum it up at the end.
If you watch his earlier stuff, the guy's engaging. He is very engaging. Oh, yeah. There's a smirk to him all the time, but he's engaging. And you don't typically think of people on the spectrum as being that engaged. You also don't think of a lot of that, right? And he's got a lot of that. His face is a circus early in the thing.
Yeah, I think his eyebrow. We're seeing too much eyebrow movement for that as well.
Yeah. But I think it's possible, yes. But I don't think he is that guy.
Right.
Definite possibility. But if you are watching this video, one of the things that one of the interviewers could have done, as us interrogators sometimes do, it's called incomplete leading questions or incomplete questions. And we say, so then you walked in the building and...
Rogan does that. Rogan does some of that.
Yeah, I heard a couple of those. We didn't have any here in our clips that we reviewed, but those are fantastic. They're not necessarily leading questions because you're not putting information there. So you're saying you guys left and then everybody
bridge.
And you just kind of dot, dot, dot. You leave that gap there for the other person to fill in. And that is a very powerful questioning technique that you can use today if you like.
Well, all right. Well, that's everything. So why don't we throw around the room, run around one time, and we'll give everyone's perspective on what you think the percentage of truth is versus deception. Greg, you want to go first?
Yeah, so I'm not even going to pretend that I believe there's truth in this story. I'm not going to pretend that he worked in an alien aircraft factory. I'm not going to pretend any of that. What I'm going to tell you is fantastic job of storytelling. Really masterful. He knows his routine. You watch him. If you hadn't seen the earlier stuff
so
where you're seeing him access and think
these
and
guys
create
on
the fly, you wouldn't know that
if he was
just
really truly
repeating something
balanced.
he's rehearsed over and over. That's why I called him Susan Lucci. He's been doing the same role for 35 years. He should be good at it, and he should get better. And he's maturing, and he is stabilizing it so he doesn't move around as much as you do when you're young. It's part of what we see. When I interrogate a general, I wouldn't expect the same thing I got from a private, right? Very different mindset. Very different level of calm. It doesn't make me believe him anymore. It makes me believe him less that he always goes to the same place. I'm going to leave you with this. Eye movement is contentious. The four of us have differing opinions of it at times. I'm going to tell you that you can't have it both ways. You can't have a baseline that says I always go here, except when I'm asked a hard question, then I go there.
Mark, what do you got?
Great.
Yeah, I love Bob Lazar. I especially like him on the Joe Rogan show because he does such a masterful job on that, apart from a few areas. So, yeah, great entertainer, great interviewee. Has he ever seen an alien spacecraft? No, he just hasn't.
Hey, man.
Chase, what do you got?
I think he believes some of this. And I think there may be some truth to the fact that he did work in a building or had a security clearance or something like this, which helps him to catapult the rest of his own belief in the rest of the story. I think we're at
the rest of the
50-50
story.
Truth and deception.
The rest of the story was so he didn't go to jail for having those desert meetings, right, where they're watching secret testing going on. That's the way he went to nap, to try and save himself going to prison.
Here. And it's just from the videos we watched, it's not 100% to say which is deceptive and which is truthful. But I think that he does believe a lot of what he's saying. That's why we're not seeing a lot of stress and emotion there when he's responding to interviewers.
All right. Well, I think we're seeing a combination of truth and deception. I'm with Greg. I'm not going to pretend I believe that this cat saw a bunch of spaceships at all. And I like to, a lot of the comments we get are, did you not do your research? Did you not look into this cat? Remember we talked about before we started recording, we talked about his past and things that have been going on. When a person has a past that's chock full of deception in the ways his was, I believe that's what we're seeing. We're seeing somebody who knows how to tell a story because their background shows they've been telling those stories for a long time, not just since he was a kid, but as an adult as well. After he'd already come out with this is when he got in some trouble as well. And I don't think he saw any spaceships. I don't think he saw the maps he's talking about. I don't think he saw any of that. I think he's just creating a story, and that's what we're seeing. Great guy, awesome storyteller. I'm down with you on that one, but I don't think we're seeing. I don't think this happened the way he says it happened, or that it happened to him like that.
Love us or hate us, that's what we saw.
Yeah,
there you go. So hopefully you can put Bob Lazar to bed now. So we had him on so many times now. Great episode. Go and watch it from the beginning and re-go over everything. I'll post a link to the new thing. Go and sub to him. Even say in the comments that you heard about me on the Out There channel. That will give us some credibility. Where you heard it from, because a lot of stuff you do hear from me where you don't hear it from other people. And this is one panel which I think Robert found and sent it to me, and I thought, wow, this is amazing. The body language panel on Bob Lazar. They go over a lot more on the body language that we didn't hear there. I skimmed a wee bit of it. And they did the other one on what this lady was saying on Unsolved Mystery. So we get to that one now and just play a clip from that as well. Because we got UFOofinterest promoting Skeptoid, which was a really badly written article and didn't include all the witnesses. And here we got the panel actually looking at the real TV interview and analysing the body language as well as the eye movement. And they think it's legit, which is quite interesting. What's it? Oh, you found it first and told Robert. How come you didn't tell me? Yeah, I haven't got time to scour the net. Did you find it with the scammers, did you? And come across it? How'd you find it? Pure chance? Or someone talking about it on Facebook? How did you find it? Yeah, it's fairly new and they're a really good bunch, I think. So let's see on this one here. Which I hadn't listened to the full one myself yet. Because I wasn't notified about it. I was talking about notifications being wrong. UFO man, the biggest frauds around at the moment. Well, there's quite a few of them. They're all up there now. UFO proof, third phase of the moon, off moon, not the moon, because they misspelt it when they first started their name, obviously. Yeah, all those on the Dreamteam, pretty much frauds. The only one I'll give lenience to is Dave Scott, because he's never been a fan of debunkers, and he's been the one that's promoting a lot of woo-woo out there, as they call it, spookiness. So he doesn't sort of oppose his opinions normally on stuff. He lets people tell their stories. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he's just a radio DJ type dude. But the thing is, I don't like how he's sort of working with Third Phase of the Moon. That's sort of a reputation killer in my book. Anyone that works with Third Phase of the Moon should be instantly disbarred, just like in the court system. Yeah, I'm not too sure where Robert is around. Yeah, the reactions are good. Oh, it's to analyse George Bush's funeral. Okay. Yeah, they do a lot of political things, and they do also Mr. Epstein, I think it was, and Prince Andrew, which was quite an interesting one as well. But anyway, let's play this one here, because we're just concentrating on the UFO bits they do.
It lifted up, went this way, lifted up again, and went over the mountain.
So I'll play some dodgy clips here. Hopefully it won't get done, because they're included there. Fighting fair use is a bit tricky. I'll just half clip it there just in case.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one.
Before this happened, I was a non-believer in any of that stuff. It just, no way. Flying saucers, and I just did not believe it. I drove all the way into Great Barrington.
To me, when I watched this interview too, I thought, her body language suggests that she's been really truthful, honest, and not deceptive. You can see the eyes are not moving around like all these other frauds on there that we just looked at, Lazar. They're straight looking at the camera and just looking up into memory there to recall things. So.
And I pulled over where our store was. It's Main Street. Turned the car off and looked at my girlfriend and said, "What just happened?" So I ran in and I told my husband. And he said to go up and report it to the radio station. And I went in.
So if you're not seeing the episode on Unsolved Mysteries, go and dig it up. It's a really good episode, episode 5.
And then Tom J., who is the director of WSBS, started to laugh, and he said, "You and Mary must be out drinking again." He said, "I think it must have been swamp gas." I said, "This was no swamp gas, Tom," and I explained it. A few hours later, he was inundated with calls from other people.
All right, Lena, what do you got?
So I love in the beginning when she's like, non-believer, no way, right? Again, my favorite word. She's so congruent with shaking the head no and saying no or saying something negative. And I also like the fact that when she's talking, she does this. And her thumbs are sticking out. So I call this thumbs of power, meaning when people feel very confident and comfortable, usually you're going to see a huge space between the thumb and the index finger. And people have no problem talking to you like this, showing the palm, saying, I have nothing to hide. And she has no problem doing that. Typically, if people are feeling uncertain of themselves or uncertain of what they're saying, they will do this, or the thumbs will start to come in, and sometimes they're even hidden like that. But she is very open, she's very congruent, and at the last part when she's talking about what just happened, right? It's almost like she just went right back in time to that day and said, what just happened?
That's wrong
because
again.
I see the shoulder shrugging, which again is congruent behavior, and her eyebrows raising, like, hey, this is interesting. What just happened? So again, very credible.
Yeah, she's credible.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so here's a really good indicator that she's feeling something about her past not believing. I was a non-believer. This is one of Scott, I can do it again.
There it is.
I can control it. Not everybody can, and he's always impressed with that. She engages a grief muscle. I think she feels something from that, hey, I used to not believe in this. And as people age, healthy people, as they age, they reconcile what they have believed and gotten to. And there's probably some of that in here. So I wouldn't say that means anything negative or any of that. But it certainly is when she's saying, I was a non-believer, all of her arrows are aligning. Her hands are out. She shakes her head no. She's got passion around what she's saying. When she starts to illustrate the story of her husband, she's illustrating with her whole body. I mean, this is a whole body story. Her hands are telling her story. Her face is telling her story. Her chin is dropping. She's talking to you. There are no barriers and no adapters. And by barriers, I mean, I'm not putting something between us. I'm not putting my hands between us. I'm not doing any of that. And that's a way to get space. There are no adapters. And by that, I mean making myself comfortable, anything we do to take control of our situation. And when you see a lot of people in this, you're going to find that they create what I call sacred space. They create a barrier, and then they do something to adapt. It makes them comfortable and in control of their space. There's none of that here. The other thing, Mark, I'm going to steal a little bit of your thunder here. She is telling. There is no asking whatsoever in this piece. Her arrows are all aligned. I believe it.
Excellent. Okay, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so actually let's talk about what she talks about there, which is belief. She says, I wasn't a believer, but now I do believe in that stuff, which is that's a nebulous term, but then she does run it down to flying saucers. Okay, so now we've got a little bit of a framework from her around what we might want to be thinking these bright lights are, that it's possibly in her mind now a flying saucer. Now, does it mean that she has never believed in anything? Well, look to the side of her, you'll see a ceramic angel there. And so I would put some money on there's always been a belief with her about other higher entities that can be helpful to you. So it's not that she's never believed in anything. She didn't believe in that stuff. Now she believes in that stuff. I absolutely go with what you're saying there, Lena, about these open palm gestures and those thumbs of power. I think there's something even more here. There's a gentle shrug during that with these thumbs of power, which I would call a supplicant gesture. The supplicant is saying, I don't have the power. And I think what she's saying with that is I can't explain this. I still can't explain it. So I didn't believe in that stuff, flying saucers, but she's still not going to say, here's what the lights were. In my mind, super credible still, but very credible on, I can't explain at the moment what this was.
Excellent. Chase, what do you got?
So for the people watching, we talk a lot about shoulder shrugging behavior in a lot of our videos. And the double shoulder shrug, when they kind of just go up like that, it's typically an apologetic gesture of just say, I don't know. And the single shrug is more likely a lack of confidence in what someone's saying. But that's typically how I read that, the same as Mark, just so you can spot that the next time you ask your friend how they like your new job, and they go, oh, it's great, and only one shoulder goes up. So then you'll be able to use that. One thing she does here that I think is still truthful, and something that a lot of politicians do, is pre-overcoming the objections. And which is like a great conversational tactic. And if I'm trying to tell you something and you're incredulous, I'm going to already say, I know this sounds stupid. I know it sounds ridiculous. And she's going through and
So these guys here are saying that that UFO thing actually happened from the body language. I thought that would be important to people really interested in this particular story we covered last Sunday with Robert. And also the debunkers out there have been trying to slam it down, but these guys are saying otherwise, which is quite interesting. I'll just skim to the end here, see what they say, summary.
An oblong figure, whatever. So she's not even trying to say and convince us, I saw a UFO. She's just saying what she said that she saw. And if it comes out in this and it makes perfect sense, I totally believe her.
Okay, so you're going 100%?
100%.
Okay, here we go. Chase, what do you got?
We go with 98.641 for this one. With the only caveat to this being that I'm taking off a couple of points or point and plus whatever decimal I just made up, because she is having trouble recalling some of it. The persuasive language is very heavy. And I think that
Google stuffed up their code again.
Could have been asked better during the interview. And I'm going with almost 100%. So almost 99.
All right. Well, I'm going to go. I think that's where I'm going too. I'm going 99%. There's that 1%. Not that she's lying, but some might be askew in there from what you remember. She may have embellished a little bit. But the loping we see in there when she's just telling that story, just riding it along, I'm going to say I think this woman saw this. I think she saw a UFO. I think she saw exactly what she's explaining to us. And I think she saw this, as we've talked. Well, as an aside,
Charles, Susan, and JD are on. That's three people.
Unsolved mysteries. We got a couple of
questions. That's going to be wrong.
We may do them later or something or next. Who knows? But that's where I'm going. I'm going to give her 99%. I didn't see anything at all on that. That's why it almost scares me. I mean, I want to believe, like Chase and like Greg and Mark too. We all want to believe in UFOs. Go, yeah, I want to meet those people. Bring them down. Pick me up. I've always told my wife, I said, look, if the UFO ever comes down and they're like, look, you can go with us, and I just disappear and something happens, that's what I've done. If I just disappear, I've gone with the UFO people and said, yeah, let's keep going. But that's why I give her a 99. I believe she saw that.
Me and Mike Cabal are going to write you a ticket right now, Scott, for the.
Okay. So Elon Musk is going to come get you. Hey, I have a friend. My last active Army boss lives in the neighborhood, and he's looking to see if he can get through to these people so we can actually talk to them.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, that would be
great. I'd like to talk to her.
Great.
Me too. You know? I asked about her and the other lady, so he's poking today and trying to find out. He was a school teacher there before he went on active duty, so he knows a lot of people in the area, and he's poking around to see if he can find the right person.
The one I want to talk to is that guy who they talk to next, the guy with the baseball cap on. That's the guy I want to talk to.
Yeah,
or, talk about.
Yeah, you've opened up the mystery for me now. I'm like,
it's only 30 minutes, I think. The show's not long. It's worth watching because you'll see a very big
40 minutes
in the different styles of storytelling in that.
Yeah. All right. Well, Lena, thanks for spending this time with us.
Anyway, go and watch the whole thing. I can't play it all here because of copyright claims and all that sort of business. And of course, you gotta go and say that you heard about this one on Out There channel. Yeah, it always helps. So this is the Berkshire one. I can't see what I'm doing here. Encounter. But that's the one was next to a covered bridge going over a stream. And the mother and the grandmother got switched around in the car seats, and the people in the back noticed. And they had missing time, and apparently they were in a big building, a bright lit building, all standing in a row or something, wasn't it? Quite an interesting story. Sounds very similar to the other one that me and Robert were looking at. What was it now? And we didn't actually believe it so much, but this one sort of has a very similar building, people lined up naked or whatever. But they can't remember what happened to them. Google is messed up, yeah. Let me just check the other counters. They always mess up. There's got to be more than 3 people on, surely, right? Whereabouts did I put the other counters? It wasn't in there. It was underneath this. Watching. Let's see what that says. That one says 2 as well. Google's definitely messed up then. So that's coming straight from the Google admin panel, and this is coming through the API. I'm pretty sure there's more than 2 watching out there. We got JD, we got Susan, and we got Charles for starters, and we got Professor Fess there. So that's at least 4. I don't know. Google keep breaking what works instead of actually doing what's broken and fixing it, because there's a lot of broken stuff out there. Looks like they've just now made this wrong. But how can you report it to them? They probably don't listen to me anymore. They probably get sick of me reporting bugs. They don't give a crap about what I have to say. That I'm wrong. They kept saying I was wrong as well. So we're done with this one, but they have got a lot of videos up for 2 months, and they're all worth a watch. They had more than that. Where is it? There. It's in the wrong tab. You can see. They lost a few subs. So they're up to. Oh no, they gained more. I mean, they're 44 and now they're at 51. So they are getting a few more subs here. But let's see. Bubblers, McCain's body language. Joanna Lee's. I'm not too sure who that is. I'm not sure who that one is. Trump's body language, Prince Andrew. Biden, I think, is there as well, isn't it? There's not too many UFO ones at the moment, but keep an eye on them. Okay, so this gets onto a post that I got on a YouTube chat. He said, what do I think of this? And I'll play it to you guys and we'll see if we can break it down. They've made that player a bit bigger now, haven't they, as well? Didn't used to be that big. But we'll play it and you see it's a very bad clip. But it goes very fast. Alright, it's rescaling it now. So, can you spot the UFO on this one, guys? I'll play it a few times and I'll play it slow motion. That's it. Get rid of that stupid auto. I'll zoom in. So, can you see any UFOs? And I thought, what do we need to be looking at? He's got a lot of dirt on the window. He's got obviously a 737 contrail happening. And it's only 3 seconds long. It's not really good editing. He's just uploaded from his phone, I think, is it? Or camera. So let's slow it down. And we'll also put up maximum, which is 480p, so we can't do much more than that. So yeah, it's not the best recordings, is it? So you wanted my opinion on this. First of all, I had to see what he was talking about. So let's play it slow motion. So you can see the dirt on the window. You can see the plane contrail, and we got a white dot here. Now we can see a white dot. What's creating the white dot? And then it fades away. And we've got little black marks on the window. Filthy. Not the best video evidence, is it? So we could get reflections from the window. So what do you think that white dot was? Because it's disappeared. Didn't last very long. He believes it's a UFO still, but I'll tell you what I think it is. We'll play the game. So there's a white dot appears here. Here it does a right angle turn. And it zooms off at incredible speed. To me, it looks like it faded away. I think it's lens flare, because you can see where the sun is when he changes the angle of the phone. Okay, the sun hasn't got so much in frame, but you can see the sun's up here. So that means on the side of the lens, you're going to get lens flare going this way on the side of the camera, depending if you angle it right. He reckons I'm wrong, but you can see here the sun's up here, the white dot's appearing. I don't think it's internal reflection off the window, but you can't rule it out. But you can see the sun up here. It doesn't look like it's doing anything UFO-like there to me. Unless I'm missing something, unless there's something else on the screen I'm meant to be spotting, I don't know. But he reckons it was making a noise, but we got passenger planes obviously flying in the sky here. You can see they're going to be little specks in the sky as well, and you're not going to be able to see them if they don't make a contrail. There might be other planes up there. Well, let's see if we can amp it up a bit more. Got it on slow motion. It should sound like a plane slowed down if we can hear it, or... I'll just repeat it. That sounds like a helicopter or something in slow motion, doesn't it? Or a car driving past. He's got some high mast lights in the background there. I'll take a snapshot from it and see if we can zoom in. Let's put it back on normal speed and listen to it going. But if you got something like that, you'd keep filming after it if you think there was a noise there. Wouldn't you? You'd try and make a better, longer video. Let's try again. That sounds like a jet in the background, doesn't it? Could just barely hear something there. Wow. Oh, it could be a truck going past very quickly. Sort of had a Doppler effect there, didn't it? You can see how the dot here is moving with the camera. It's got to be lens flare. Yeah, the dot's moving with the phone and not the other way around. This is why you got to have it on tripod. Now you can get those little mini tripods for your phone. You can just put it in front. So let's just grab a frame from it. There's the white dot there. But regardless of what I say, he won't believe it anyway. But that's alright. I think the onus is him to prove it's not lens flare. Like repeat it straight after. Get the right same angle and see if it pops up. Same time of the day where the sun's up here. You probably could do it even next day even probably. So what are you saying here? I think the stats have gone down. That says all the disabilities looks fit to me. What's that? What are you talking about here? Sock pucker. Ben. Who the hell is Ben? Uses them. He gets drunk. I don't know who Ben is. Obviously it's Ben hitting the thumbs down. It'll be the Dream Team there. J1980 or JD80 now. Oh yeah, let's have a look at this video in close up. I know time's flying past, you know, it feels like only like 10 minutes I've done so far. Haven't even started, and again the MUFON stuff's getting pushed further and further back. But I think it's all important what I've said today. I think people need to hear some of the best of what's happening and relate it to the false stuff that's being pushed. Catch up on midweek, but no, not everyone can join us in the midweek, unfortunately, Susan. And sometimes I don't always. I do it late at night, so it's only good for UK and not for you guys in America that are still sleeping at 3 AM. Unless I stay up to 2 AM and do it to 5 AM. Alright, so we got the dot on the screen here. Claiming to be a UFO. I think this one he's talking about here. So that looks like a leftover contrail here from a jet. There's another one that's being formed at the moment. But yeah. Based on the image. We'll come back to that one. Nardine, I think was the name on the channel. What was the channel name? Nardine, you know. Is that a female or male? I'm not too sure. So there you go. It looks fuzzy, typical lens flare blur, doesn't it? We can keep zooming in on that. Almost looks cloud-like. Obviously it's some sort of light reflection, not a solid craft, and if we put it through some filters you'll see that be more obvious. New image. Looks nothing like a solid craft so far. Why do people believe me? We can get lens exposure down. But you can see the way it's fading. We can make it look like a UFO. There you go. We can make it look more like a UFO. That was a good one. There you go, UFO. But it's actually just a light aberration, or what do you call them? Anomaly. Artifact. Color flip. This one will show it up a bit better. See, it looks like constant level of light. There's no solid craft in that. We can convert all the different whites, the brightness of whites in that way. And it looks like a reflection of the sun, like I was saying, coming from this angle here. So we're going to get a sort of like a distorted sun at the edge of the glass. There's no Mexican hat flying saucer by any means. Let's go back one. And looks like a whispery cloud. The same filter. And then back to the main screen. And we start to see reflections on the window now, which is quite a good comparison. So we got dirt on the window, and we got the lens flare here, and we got reflection off the window, and there's the guttering, and we know the sun's up here because we can see it clipping off the edge. But yeah. It's best we can do with it. But I don't think it's a craft, I think it's just an artifact. So we can move on, I think. Who out there thinks it's a UFO on the sides chat? Anybody? Who thinks it's a lens flare? Who thinks it's some other reflection on the window? I think if it was, it would be more solid if it was reflection on the window, but it seemed like it was moving with the movement of the camera rather than an external source where it's moving. I bet if we stabilized it and did a bit more work on it, you'd be able to see that it's actually moving with the camera rather than the object moving independent. What are we going on about here? What did we already cover? I'm not seeing. Oh, the lens flare. Oh, you reckon it's lens flare too? Righto, we're just moving on. I'll post a link to it so you can see it better on your big screens. So if you see something I didn't, do let me know. Nardines UFO claim. I did comment on it. And everyone has their own view. As I disagree with yours here on it being a lens flare, not my belief. It was making sounds and zoomed it in has exhaust. So I'm not too sure if he's talking about that white dot or if he's talking about the contrail. But we didn't see anything zooming around. And we heard some sort of weird sound like something was moving away at fast speed. Which could have been a fighter jet, it could be a passenger jet, it could be a car. I said, it's science, not belief. That's where you and many others go wrong. Follow the facts, and knowledge is key to understanding how your camera works and flaws it has. Pixel UFOs are a joke at best. I said, instead, get a better camera, check and lenses and tripod. The key is if you don't see it with your own eyes, then most likely it's a camera artifact. It's on to you to prove it's not. Do you even know what makes lens flare and roll and shutter, CMOS versus CCD? Dude, this is my own personal video, so stop the shite and listen. You're not one to talk because you obviously are deaf. Does it mean deaf? And don't listen or check out things thoroughly. So I can't take you as credible. So this is the sort of thing that we're going to have to deal with in UFO field, is people like that, unfortunate. So yeah, I've done a quick analysis there. I'm not going to waste too much time on it because I think it's a crappy video to start with. Filming through a window, 11-second footage. It's not worth the time. But I don't know what I'm talking about, guys. According to these experts. Yeah. Don't I piss off everybody though? Apart from you guys, you're the hardcores. Hey, we got 4 on now. So how many are really with us? 10? Can't trust anything Google's telling us here. Oh, we got 10 likes anyway. So how many dislikes we got? Because it doesn't actually tell us how many dislikes. See, Google doesn't take the dislikes seriously. They never include it in the main stats, you see. So they can dislike it all they like. They don't care. They seem to like the likes though. So this one here, Daily Express, was a crappy article. Someone's put a Borg ship there. It's nothing like that. It's clearly an artifact, or someone's done some hoaxing. Where's the original article? Oh, here was it. So this is the one back in, which was a hoax. John Austin, also promoting Scott C. Warren, busted in Sun Black Cube. Whether it was him that created the cube artifact. So they found the original frame from that day and saw that it didn't have a black square on it at all. Yet the one that was put in the paper did. Busted. So this other blue one's probably the same. To me, I'm not sure if you can get a black square like that on that particular angle on the equipment. I don't know how it works exactly, but whether that's like a transmission as it sends it down to Earth, because it must have a certain amount of memory. Whether radiation can create a block like that where it's wiped the data is also possible. But we know that earlier one was actually hoaxed. This one here with the same sort of square block. Because they found the original and it didn't have a square block on it. So you gotta always be critical thinking, guys, and check out what's being told to you, especially by Scott C. Warren. Original image on the right does not have the feature of the black square. It doesn't. So obviously it's been mucked around on the editor. Maybe there is a kind of like a blackness there, but has someone then gone to muck around on the editor and formed the black square? More than likely, and it's probably been Scott C. Warren, and Street Cat 1 used to do the same. I'll post a link to it here anyway. That one there. Block on sun. That's all you can really say about it. Hoax. And why are they even promoting his stuff in the UK rags? Well, Scott's obviously keeps sending it into them, and then they publish it, and it just helps them get money. And here's another one of these ones that's probably worse than most people out there. It's probably the worst offender now for misinformation. There should be more to his page than that. Alright, let's just reload it. Let's just go through, see if there's anything new that we haven't seen before. So he's talking about New York Times there. Metabunk talking about it. What's this one? I read several questions about the video and how it was bad analysed by the Hungarian YouTuber who thinks the object was travelling at 1800 kilometers per hour. UFO nope, it's just another insect, explained by Mick West. So here's one here, let's see if we can see it. Storm cloud.
UFO, nem UFO, nem tudom. Minden esetre iratkozzatok fel a YouTube csatornámra, mert látjátok.
Very hard to see it though, isn't it, guys?
Nem csak elektromos.
But we've talked about this before, how bugs can do crazy right-angle turns.
Nem tudom. Minden esetre
you can see how it moves here.
A YouTube csatornámra, mert látjátok, milyen UFO-kat is videózok, nem csak elektromos.
Bugs can do some crazy turns. Birds tend to be more
UFO, nem UFO, nem tudom.
Circular.
Minden esetre iratkozzatok fel.
Let's see, Mick West might have a better image of it. Very hard to see there. Not really much better. Let's see if I can zoom in on it. Okay, so it's streaky, so it's got motion blur, probably rolling shutter as well. Maybe we got a better video of it. There's the streak. And rolling shutter. And it's got various bugs on there. 1, 2, 3 bugs on that one. I was using that for example. You see similar. Oh, yep. Where's the? That must be the original frame here. Oh, there you go. Streak. What's that one saying? Where you see it, but they're just we're partially lit it. Hence lights. Hence blends in with the grey clouds, so you can still just make out the trail. Yeah. So you know when it's a small object really close to the camera, it creates these streaks. You've seen it on security cameras that generally have long exposure as well. What's this one here? Right at the start of the video you see it enter the frame in shadow, then come into light. 1 second. I ain't got much to work with then. It's very hard to see it. Not too sure where he's talking about. I don't think he's got enough clip there. Yeah, looks like it's going to be a bug. Insect. Anyway. I don't know if we can see it back on this one. I'll zoom in a bit more.
A YouTube csatornámra, mert látjátok, ilyen UFO-kat is videózok, nem csak elektromos.
Yeah, where is it?
UFO, nem tudom. Minden esetre iratkozzatok fel a YouTube csatornámra, mert látjátok, ilyen UFO-kat is videózok, nem csak elektromos.
Yeah, it's amazing how some of these experts out there can not know a bug and say it's a ship moving at 1800 miles per hour, kilometers per hour. Yeah, what else we got here? So this video, night vision bat chasing source. Okay. Well, we talked about that last time. Shoot laser pointers at bugs and bats, they will react. Not sure what we're looking at here. I can see something moving quick through frame. Insects, bugs, or bats. You can see them flapping though, if you look really closely. Street lamps, is it? What's that there? Can't make that out. What's that square block there? Some statue. You can see how it's flapping there. But what's that got to do with it, Scott? What are you trying to prove? Just looking at bugs, okay. Don't be fooled. They're photoshopped to make them resemble photos from Mars. Photo of Mars. Yeah, I'm not too sure what they're saying there. Second photo shows Castic landscape in Burin Island. Alright, so they just changed the colour. Alright, so they're saying here's the original landscape in Ireland and someone's coloured it to look like it's in Mars. And there's the original landscape here, and he's saying here's an example of them. Alright, so it goes on to this one here by the looks of it. Yeah, it does look like it's the same landscape. Photo of Mars when it's not. So where's that location? Black Desert. First photo, Black Desert of Egypt. Second photo shows landscape in Barren Island. I'm not seeing the second photo. That's all looking at the same one in Egypt by the looks of it. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, we looked at that before. And dragonfly. Insect moving crazy speeds. There's a dragonfly. Although it's too small to see, it's a dragonfly. Almost looked like it did a right angle turn there. Yeah. I don't think we can zoom in anymore. You'd have to find the original one, I suppose, up here. Oh, that's probably the one on the left, though. Yeah, laser pointer guy. Anyway, there's not much there on Scott's page. Oh, okay, we finally made it to UFO Stalker. Took some time to get there. I suppose we can do a couple. How are you guys feeling? I've got one sandwich left here and I haven't managed to eat it. It's all cold now. Okay, so this is around the wrong way. So first of all, let's save it. I used this for my opening. I actually got a copy of it already, but we'll just save it again. And do we need the other ones? Might as well. Might be a 1 second on. And that's it. But we got some videos, so let's download them. I'm not sure if we've done this one before, but it looked interesting. And while that's downloading, we'll have a look at the photo. I'll just use the basic zoom to start with. Now, what are we looking at here? Is it a flying disc? Is it a bird with artifact? Or is it a bug? That's the only ones it can be. Or it could be a speck on a window. But we have to look at the video. Okay, so we got that one. And the other one. Now, it looks like it's changed some shape there, hasn't it? It looks like it's got that tickle in the throat now. Corona. It looks like it's dipping in here. So what is it? If it's a flying saucer, it's certainly not conforming to a Mexican hat. Oh, damn. And it looks like the shape's changed a wee bit, which kind of makes it look more like a natural object that's sort of deforming, like a flapping of the wings. So let's zoom in on a couple of these ones. Let me get a drink. I think I've got a breadcrumb tickling my throat. Oh, that's better. Yeah, let's zoom in on this thing. So it's either a really small thing close to the camera, which would be a bug, or it's a medium-sized thing not too far away from the camera like a bird, or it's a very large thing that's far away. And this is a problem with 2D cameras. We don't know three-dimensionally how big it is without the other eye. With our eyes we can tell if it's a small object close to us or a big object far away. But from a camera like this, without stereo images, we got no way in telling. And that's always been the problem. Let's try color first. Brightness probably won't do much for us. Let's try some color swap. So if it's a bird, which way are we looking at it? That's interesting. Doesn't look like a flying saucer as such. If it is, it's sort of strange shape. It's not really symmetrical. And it looks really bubbly. But you can put that through camera compression and atmospherics though. At least the CPU's behaving so far. If that was a bird, which way would we be looking at it? Could that be the wings going up here, either side? And is that the tail feather going that way, and that's the head of it coming this way? And we have to look at the other photograph, I think. Or could that be the wings, and that's the tail feathers coming up this way? Could it be flying away from us? Or could it be simply a butterfly? Let's have a look at the next image. I think the video will give us some more clues. We'll have a look at that in a minute. Why can't I see the cursor? Because it wasn't there. We cut out too much there. Okay, so has the angle changed? I think the angle's changed slightly, hasn't it? Might have to overlay the two images. But yeah, looks like we're going to have to zoom in a bit more. Almost looks like a shoe. Hey, let's try the filter on that one. You can see here it's changed shape, which doesn't sort of form with a UFO, a solid craft. You know, the Mexican hat should be constant. It should be like a dome on top, and we're looking underneath it. And it looks like it's not symmetrical whatsoever. I've got too many things open. Just close that one down. We don't see that little bit here going up. So what are we looking at? Is it a bird in flight and that's the wings open? It kind of looks like it could be wings, doesn't it? But we have to see what the video reveals. So what we should do is overlay. I wonder if we can do that. Let's try it. So that's image file 7. We want 6, obviously. 6. Drag it over, add as a layer, and make it transparent. Try normal. Looks like it might be close together. Maybe I have to zoom in. Okay. We've got it at 50% at the moment. That's the two images joined together. Makes it a bit more saucer-like. Although your properties. Yeah, you can see the little flappy bits come up. So that's not moving that direction or that direction. Looks like it's moving maybe towards us or away that direction, doesn't it? Well, let's see what the video tells us. Difference. So it's almost in the same spot. How can you do that on the camera though? That's a point. Let's have a look at the metadata. Add together. It's in the same spot. Yeah, so at least that tells us something. Let's go to the video now. Let's move it across. Be on the wrong screen. Sure is. Okay, this is.
Oh, look at that! Oh, that was.
Yeah, so it looks like it might be hovering. So it might give us some more clues now. Maybe it's a blimp. Let's have a look.
Transformer. That looks like a flying saucer.
Yep.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
So it's unless it's a bird or a plane that's heading towards us.
I've seen them on pictures and videos, but
oh yeah.
What the hell is
Yeah.
No.
For sure.
That was no.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And we got no tripod, obviously. We got no ground reference. We need a ground reference. Here we go.
They don't rise up slowly like that.
Keep the ground reference guy.
No, but that's just.
Move it down a bit. You got all that space up here. You could move it down. Terrible filming. That's the best one there.
Oh, that was huge.
Whoa.
This is a reference point, you see.
That looks like a flying saucer.
Yep.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
What do you guys have here as a southern hemisphere? It's not a bird because it's rising. Is that what
Looks
they
like it might be floating actually.
I've seen them on pictures and
Is it
videos,
rocking
but-
back and forth?
Oh, yeah.
I can see some
Yeah.
rocking back and forth. So we're going to have to use our super zoom on it.
Yeah.
Let's mute them. So straight away it's ruled out bird and an insect. So we're going to have to look at it a bit more closely. Okay, it looks like it's wobbling around like a balloon, right? Upwards, gust of wind. Oh, yeah, it's number 0 balloon. I just saw the opening. There we are, number 0 balloon. Oh, not that thing again. Number 0 balloon. There you go. So what was those little bits sticking up then? That was kind of interesting. So why don't you give us the number 0 frame? He obviously he snapped 2 photographs, but he didn't take it when it had rotated around. So straight away the video gives us all the clues we want. And let's see if I can stop it on the right frame so we can grab it. But it looks like a number O again. Here we go, it's rotating now. Certainly looking like a balloon. Here it goes, number O. Okay, we'll get a snapshot of that. Of course they're going to still say it's a UFO, and the UFOs that are donut shaped. Okay, what are these guys saying on the side there? Totally a zero balloon. But this goes to show we can only get so much from photographs, so that's why I did the photographs first, because this is all new to me. So we want to go through the process of looking at it as a photograph, trying to work it out. And from those angles, you could see there was a couple of bits sticking up, which is probably the bit where you tie string to the number 0 to hold it downwards. It probably has 2 string things on it, and that's what we were seeing. Not the wings of a bird or a tail fin of a bird. So the video gave us all the clues we wanted in this case, which is great. Oh. It's around the wrong way, is it? It always does that with Apple videos for some reason. Rotate 90. There we go. Oh, excuse me. I got hiccups now. Let's just grab that there. Paste new image. And let's get a better look at it. Pixel UFO. Bang. And it's not the best images still, but it's all we got to work with because the camera is 1080p, where the photographs, which I have to look, are probably 12 megapixels. So we'll just confirm that in a minute. It does kind of look like a letter O or number 0, one or the other. And there's the 2 bits hanging down that we were seeing when it was flipped up the other way, where they sort of anchor it down. Oh, what happened there? What do I pick on that one? Photo. The computer's going quite well today. I'm a bit surprised. I thought we were going to have lots of problems. Has the audio been okay? No crackling sound? It looks like it's alright this side. Must be. You haven't said anything. But I haven't been a Hawkeye on the side chats today. Let's sharpen it. And as you can see, you can start to see the pixels. And there's the 2 bits hanging down here. So when it was rotated around and flipped up, we're getting the other view, which I've closed down now, have I? But you can see it's definitely a hole in the middle there. And it's going to be a letter O balloon. So it's totally a UFO. Where's the other one there? Was it the one? Get back to the base one. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Free up some memory anyway. All these take up memory. Oh, here's the other one. There's those 2 bits. So I'd have to rotate around and angle downwards to make it thicker. So that must be the impression there that we could not quite see and where the hole was. But you can see the movement, how it was moving. It was sort of wobbling around. Typical of a balloon that's not weighted. If it had some weights in it, it may be a bit more steady with the air current. But yeah, I think we can be done with that one. Of course, we better tell people, show people what we mean. That might be new to the channel. We're talking about these ones here. Letter O, Myla. I suppose that will do. Normally has helium in it. These ones here. So you can see here they've got these little tags on them, which we see in the video. Has two that side and two this side. Oh, it actually has the blow up thing this side, which is like a clear, like a valve on it. And there's the two tags that we were seeing when it was bending upwards. So that's the letter O, 0, I think. Here's the letter O. It's more rounded, you see, like in the video. That one hasn't got the tags on it, from what I can see though. That one has. That one there. Looks like it's sort of... you can see how they made it, right? They sort of joined two ends together. But that one there has definitely got the tags on it. And it's got two either side on that one. But there are variations, right? Black one. All different colours. Anyway, that's for newcomers. So I think that one's debunked. New South Wales, Australia. There you go. So let's go back. So what I did is I searched for, instead of going through the photographs which were getting slower and slower loading, I thought I'd try a different method to try and look for ones that got black craft in the description, and that was one of them that come up. They had quite a lot of photographs with it. I think it was that one there. There, New South Wales, Australia had 7 photographs and videos. And this one here we'll have a look at next. It's got some pictures. Thought possible drone, low lights. Okay, let's have a look at that one. Yeah, just do the Out There channel if you want to reference me. Makes it stand out. Unfortunately, you can't go at Paul. The audio sounding excellent. Good, great. Yeah, some days you just can't predict it. In fact, it's been saying excellent stream and bitrate, but now it's dropped down again for some reason. So I'm not too sure why it alters. But it's bound to be to do with ISPs, right? How much loaded they get. Weekend is really busy. I'm not on the best fiber plan. I'm on the entry level fiber plan where they give you minimal upload speed, because everything's geared that people want to download videos to watch, right? So they give you a lot of download speed, but they don't expect people to be making videos and uploading them in real time, like I'm doing. So they give you like a minimum upload speed, which is only 1/3 or 1/4 the speed of the download speed, which is a bit unfortunate. Okay, this one's in Florida, and we've only got a video, so let's download that one, have a look. It's filmed in portrait, which is a shame. Alright, I was going to look at those photographs before we move on to this one. I wanted to know what camera it was. Probably an iPhone 8 or something, probably. Where is it? Send to exit tool. There we go. That's blank. The question is, did he take a frame from the video, or was it actually a photograph in that case? Because if it's blank, it's a bit suspect that it's been edited. So it's 1920 by 1080. So he's taken it from the video. So that's why it wasn't really great picture. So that's how you find out, you see. And that one's going to be the same, probably. Or even worse. (1080p) by 1920. He's taken it from the video. So that's why we check the metadata. And of course, that's what you don't do. You take normal photograph of it as well as take a video of it. And then you get maximum data that we can use to examine it to make sure it's legit. So you want to get rid of those ones now. We've got that open here. We don't need those anymore. Okay, let's get this one. A black craft, I reckon. Light pinky with the black and blue eyes. Yeah, it does it sort of randomly at the moment. Maybe I'll improve on it. That's what it's meant to be, hypnotize you. Subscribe to the Out There channel now. And keep coming and watching, because a lot of people subscribe to me, obviously, and we only get 5 people from 2,338. Mind you, MUFON seems to have like 50 people watching him. I don't know how he does it. Reckons it's going to be 22 minutes. When he talks loud, you reckon? No, it should be random, I think. It will only change when it detects sound, though. The mouth gets bigger. If I whisper, it should be smaller, you see. Hello, Susan. It's Tyler here. Tyler. Did you see that UFO? That's whispering Tyler. It looks like it's going to take a while to download. Tyler, here he is. Let's bring back Tyler. Tyler has come from the grave. Hello. Testing. What's up, guys? I was so tired I needed a holiday. I've been away for a while now. You may have noticed. I don't know, I can't do the Tyler voice. MUFON's actually quite good at it, actually. I think you need the American accent for it. I'd like to upload videos, but Google has banned me. That sounds almost like Michael Jackson. I got my blanket. I love my blanket. Yeah, that's Michael Jackson's son. He named it Blanket, didn't he? He looks like a cyborg Tyler there, though, doesn't it? You know, from Star Trek. I didn't mean to get drunk. And I didn't mean to say it was Men in Black that dragged me out to my car. All my lies have been exposed. But still, people are waiting for my videos. Because, I don't know, they're just stupid. They're like 10 minutes videos to get their fix. when they could just find the same videos online if they bothered searching. Anyway, we'll keep Tyler there for a wee while. I was going to do some other ones like Corbell and which other ones would you like to see for a clip-on pinky head mask? Corbell, Tom DeLong. Who else could we do? Blake Cousins might be a good one to do, eh? That'd be a good one for when we do the Dream Team. I have to do some more work on that sort of stuff, I suppose. That's his sad mugshot when he was being arrested. Looks like the download's getting slower and slower. I wonder what I can do here. I could be a puppet master. I suppose we could entertain some UFOs flying across. We got the men in black. They haven't disturbed us today. We can turn the sound off. There we go. We are watching the Out There channel. We need a man in black face mask, don't we? That would be a good idea. Maybe I should cut that out there and have an overlay. What do you reckon? Suggestions down the side. There's the men in black. And we got the laser kiwi. I like the machine gun at the end there. Don't be a nana. There's plenty of nanas out there. He's going to get splattered by the laser kiwi. He's got Star Wars weapons. There we go. And I wanted to do it splat on the screen, but yeah, it's a bit beyond my animation skills, especially on Vegas Pro. Of course, we got the UFO, so we can actually go and nuke some of these guys on the side. Let's see, does it work? I think we have to make it maximum window. There we go. Probably sounds a bit better with the Terminator music. It's coming to get you guys. Those alien Germans. German aliens. Yeah, you reckon Men in Black mask? I might have to look into that one. There you go. Shoot the trolls. I love that. See, mine's the only UFO channel that has all those gimmicks. Yeah, I noticed Open Minds was talking about they could do these transitions, little animations of their logos at the front of that first video that we played. Go and play the beginning of it, you see what I mean? It's not as cool as what I can do. I like this one here. The UFO jets, that's a really cool one that I did. Not sure I like green flying saucers though. I don't think I had music for that one, did I? I got it turned off, have I? Oh yeah, didn't have any music on that one. And for newcomers, where was that one? Because we got MUFON as well. They're still funny.
Everything is so small. Wait, I think I may have found it. Isn't this bizarre? I don't know what I'm doing. How do you know?
How many times have we heard that on his show? He doesn't know what he's doing.
Unreal. Oh wait, hold on. I think I see something. And that was an interesting one. So I don't know what the red worm is. I would say it would be balloons, but it just didn't seem like it.
Didn't seem
just
like
bizarre.
It. Because it was.
Ma!
Ma! He sounds like a sheep there. There you go, that's what it was, the red worm. Okay, wonder if it's downloaded yet. And of course you like the sheep one. What was the other one? Cat Lazars, that was quite a good one. Alien with FX, alien without sound. So I don't have to do that now because I can mute it. Welcome. Okay, I got it cycling there. I need to do some more emanations. So if people out there wanted to feature their own artwork, they could send it in to me. But we got to create it as a web M, so it plays it as a transparent video. And because we got the cool bell promotion, have we got the small window on? Yeah, we have. Whereabouts did we put the small window on? Yeah. We got normally turn it on the front one, keeps it constant. So we got the Corbell promotion.
Hey UFO peeps, this is Corbell, the greatest UFO filmmaker. Hey UFO peeps, this is Corbell, the greatest UFO filmmaker of all time. Since filming with Bob Lazar, I have had to change my identity to Jimmy L. Dummel. You can call me Dumb for short. I did this super great movie called The Skinwalker. But really it was 99% Nap's work repackage. Hey. Anyhow, I just have to shameless plug the best UFO channel on the web, the Out There channel. So show him some support. Just simply giving a thumbs up for a like on today's show helps a lot, in posting comments on videos and watching some of the older videos. And if you're loaded with cash and like to help cover costs and buy new gear to keep the channel going, I show you how to find the links now. Visit his About tab. There you can find his direct PayPal for one-off payments or his Patreon to be a monthly supporter from as low as $1. And if you like his cool logos and funny artwork on a tee or hoodie, there's a merch link. I love that back graphic for Black Ops logo, recently added. Also watch out, to moderator in the side chat will post some quick links for you and other useful stuff from time to time during the live events. See ya later, UFO and alien fans. Dumpty do dumpty pay.
So that $1 now is $1.50, I think, because they've added tax onto it now, of all things. The government always out to get us in New Zealand. But yeah. Alien with FX. Boom, 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 boom. Was that the one? Yep. And that's from the bum 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 bum, is what was used a lot on Captain Scarlet when they were zooming in between scenes. So it's quite a good effect actually. But yeah, we need some more stuff, don't we? Of course, we've got the Dr. Greer one. which was...
Don't worry, Dr. Greer is here. Now who's the mouthy swearing in the... Don't worry, Dr. Greer is here. Now who's the mouthy swearing in the side seats or live video chat? I am just here to remind you of the channel's rules. It's simple. No hardcore swearing. Please, it offends me and some of the followers. And be civil to others and the hosts of the live shows. Let's all have fun on the UFO topic. Trolling won't get you far at all. Now don't let me catch you breaking the rules again. I might have to see E5 and summon my grey brothers. My buddies, the light beings, or if I am not about, my moderators handle all the banning. I'll leave it in their good hands. Google was meant to give monetization to the Out There channel, but 3 months on since he made the 4,000 hours watch time per year. Still they not given him a fair go, so fans show some support for the channel. And tell Google what you think about that. Bye damn. I have to dash. Where's the off switch? Hey Grant Cameron and Dolan, I see you backstage. Mates. I have to raise some cash flow and organize a desert drumming event at $2,000 ahead so it's in time for the military flares drops. Yeah, whoops, the microphone did not turn off. Let's hope they did not hear the last part. Ha ha. Meanwhile, unacknowledged is being blocked by media. No coverage even, though it is the 2017 #1 documentary on iTunes, and widely popular on Netflix etc. The secret government is manipulating a false disclosure and threat via their lackeys and cutouts. Stay tuned.
He likes to talk, Dr. Greer. Now, that was some of the quotes he had actually said, joined together actually. Calling them the lackeys. But yeah, oddly enough, once I played that on a few live shows, Google gave me finally monetization. So I reckon someone was watching, right? Someone was finally getting the message. That normally it takes 28 days to get approval. Mine was dragged out to 3 months, and they weren't replying to my emails, which is kind of rude. They kept making excuses. It was for C19 at the time on public posts, but that was just BS because I made the stats, minimum stats, in mid December, just after Christmas. So they had plenty of time before the C19 closed down stuff in March, was it? They could have easily approved my channel way before then. But anyway, we got it now. We got Super Chat. If you want to donate $1 or $2 today, it goes towards the channel. And also I do share some of it to some of my helpers and help out some other channels from time to time. So yeah, I actually gave, on our behalf of the channel, or everyone that's sort of putting money into it rather than it just coming out of my pocket, I gave some to Geekcraft, who's also did some good stuff that we've used, parts of his in past live streams about Tyler and other frauds. So yeah, I thought I'd give him a little $10 donation US there in New Zealand money, of course. That was a problem actually doing the super chat. I had so much trouble setting it up. It kept saying I was in UK when I wasn't. It was trying to be too clever. It was trying to look at my IP address, and it wasn't working properly on Brave. So I had to actually open up Chrome to be able to enter my credit card for the super chat before I actually realised the right country, and it wouldn't allow me to enter my real zip code because it was keeps thinking I was in UK, which have a different zip code system. It's a right bloody mess. I'm not sure what's in the heads of these Google coders, but they don't allow for you to use a VPN and all that sort of stuff. Instead of just having manual input and just accept that you aren't scamming. Yeah, but I was using it, even though I only use VPNs mostly from New Zealand. So, but they still think I'm in UK. So they obviously got the geo stats all wrong there for New Zealand IPs, right? Anyway, we better move on. Less ranting, less playtime. Let's see what this video was worth it or not. I'll just... I probably should start the pick up. How are we going for time? I better check. 3.5 hours already. I'm kind of enjoying this, so I could keep on going and going, you see, and till I'm really brain dead. Yeah, so we've got a black craft here somewhere. It's filmed portrait, not the best. And at the moment, I don't know if that's a blob on my screen or it's on the video that I'm seeing. Another pixel UFO, guys. No optical zoom, no decent camera. Do you see anything yourselves on that? I can't see anything. And it's quite a long video for all that time to download it. How many minutes did he do? 4.5 minutes, 400 megabytes, wasn't it? Now there's the sun behind the clouds, so that's going to cause some artifact. But I can't see anything there. If only we could get someone to video classic flying saucer that we hear on these military sightings. Or TR3B. That would be really, 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 really good. Where it blocks out the stars, blocks out the sun, or whatever. I still can't see anything there. I might eat my sandwiches while we're watching this one. I could see a happy face, 2 eyes and a mouth. Looks like the man in the cloud. Okay, have we got any sound? I've turned it off. I can hear it's windy.
Take a picture. Remember. I don't know what the heck it is.
There's a cloud.
I want to see a drone, but I don't know.
Looks like we're going to have to do some enhancements on this one to see what they're saying.
You don't really hear drones when they're high. They just take off. It's like...
I just can't see what they're looking at. Hey, I heard some tinkle sound. Didn't see the dancing alien though. Always miss it. I'll see who it is in a minute. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I didn't see the name of it though. It was on a little tiny screen on the main one. So at this stage, we don't know what it is because we can't see it. So stuff like this can be a bird circling, it could be a balloon drifting, it could be a plane heading away. They're saying it's a drone, so we've got to try and see if we can find that. Ah, Susanada. $5. Oh, that's quite a lot. You know, if people donate at least $1 or $2, at least maybe others will join in. Thanks for that. So yeah, what are we going to do with this one? Let's try the super zoom. See if we can spot something now. Any luck? Because I can't see anything popping out. Here we go. Okay, so we've got a little black dot. Whoa, 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 keep it steady. It looks like it might be rotating with the wind there, guys. But we're not going to be able to identify it like the last one, because this looks like it's way too far away. You can see how windy it is.
Kind of
definitely gusty.
Like a bird, like a mini plane, or like
a... Yeah, she said bird or plane. Looks like it's gone into some cloud cover there, so it's dimmed. Out of focus. I wish people had decent cameras. Everybody should have at least 100 times zoom on their smartphones. Not digital zoom, but optical zoom. When they get meta fins, meta lenses, maybe that will happen. Where's it gone now? I can't see it. Gone into the thick cloud, is it? Or has it got too small that the camera can't detect it? Certain size pixel. I can't see it now. Oh look, that looks like a duck. See that? Looks like a duck
I don't ever think of
in the cloud there.
Take a picture of it rather than try to video
Single
it.
eye with a beak. On the left there, top left. Hey, I'm a duck cloud. Paradolia at the best there.
Take a picture. Remember.
Out of focus.
I don't know what the heck it is.
I can't even see it now.
I want to see a drone, but I don't know.
I don't know if we can enhance that one. It's pretty small.
No, but it's way up there. You don't really hear drones when they're high. They just take off.
You'd never hear a drone that high. No. Can you see it? Is it rotating with the wing? Has it come back our way or not? I can't see it. Where's it gone? If it was coming back at them, we can rule out it being a balloon, because then it's going against the wind, but it's not. It looks like it's going with the storm wind. Where is it? I can't see it now. No, I just can't see it. It was a defined dot before, and now it's not. Wherever it was, I don't know. At least they're persistent filmers. I give him credit for that, but it would be good if he kept it on a tripod. At least he's got some ground reference as well. That's the benefit of doing portrait though, but still, it does lower the quality and it makes it harder to keep it in frame as well if you notice in portrait. If you do it landscape, it's really easy to keep the subject in frame all the time, especially if it's moving. They should have taken some 20 megapixel cameras shot of it so we could zoom right in. But anyway, we'll see if we can get where we saw it earlier and get a frame. Now we're about to start showing up. There it is. Oh, stopped. You did do a optical zoom in, which did make it a wee bit bigger. And now we've lost it again. Where is it? Going to the cloud? Oh, here it is. You can start to see it now. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty small. I don't think we're going to be able to do much with it. Is the American dollar getting worse or something? No, it must be getting better. You know, everyone's talking about the dollar collapsing with Trump, but it looks like it's got better because I'm pretty sure $5 last week was a lot more than 750 New Zealand. I think it was like 950 or something, wasn't it? Anyway, I just noticed the difference there in exchange rate. Okay, here it is there. And I don't think we're going to be able to blow that up, not on a 1080p footage. Nope. I don't think they had any pictures today, if I remember right. No. Very unfortunate. Kind of looks like a star balloon there. I wonder if we can sharpen it. All these functions. I only use a couple of them. Could be another one of those number balloons. Looks like it may have a hole in the middle there. But we ain't going to get much detail on this one. I thought it might be like a pentagon balloon, you know. One of those suckers. I kind of, first of all, thought it was going to be like a pentagon balloon. Wyler. There's probably 1,000 feet there, or 500 feet, 500 to 1,000 feet. Kind of looks like one of these suckers here. Not a star. Oh, it could be a star. Deformed star happening. Looks like it's got bits sticking out. But it looks like it's got a hole there. But it could be reflection of some light, of course. All this fuzziness around the outside is compression artifact. But I thought it might be a pentagon balloon too. Why only got pentagon? Where's the pentagon ones? I said pentagon in the name, didn't I? It hasn't given me pentagons. Heart shape. Well, that's a pentagon. That's not a balloon. They've got various balloons there, but there's no pentagons. Google, you're stupid. What else can we say? Maybe a hexagon. Try hexagon. Yeah, hexagon. That'll probably give us pentagons now. Oh no, there's a hexagon. Hexagons. That's certainly a nice pentagon shaped one. Hexagon ones there, but no pentagons. Square ones. Got square ones here. Any shape you can think, really. This is annoying. Normally it comes up. Let's see. Shape balloon, maybe. We've got the pentagon stars. We've got the diamond or square. That one's more of a pentagon shape there. It could be something like that. Got the point sticking out here and then more the flat side of it. So it's probably one of these ones. Like that. They could be up to 40 centimeters too. Look at this one, shaped like a cube. Pizza. Why would you want a pizza balloon? It doesn't make any sense. Cube ones, yeah. Heart-shaped ones, moon-shaped, guitar. Yeah, I can't see the pentagon ones. I'm pretty sure I've come across them before, but yeah, they'll be out there somewhere. But it could be like a number balloon, like these ones here with the hole in it. But what would it be if it was a number? It's hard to tell, isn't it? But anyway. I don't know if we can grab another frame further on. Where is it gone? Let's see. There's another good frame that we can grab. So it looks like Mickey Mouse balloon there with 2 ears. That's a cloud. Where is it? Now we can see it. So we'll get that one there. First time we can see it. Where's my mouse going? Balloons are so common, aren't they? Then we had to rotate it, didn't we? And then we had to grab it. Grab it. Where is it? It's very small. Copy the image. Resize it. Ah, that one kind of looks like a heart shape there, doesn't it? But it's rotated around, you know. And yeah, I suppose it could be a heart shape with distortion there. There's the two sides of the point coming this way. And it's probably just flexing, and wherever atmospherics is bending some of the light. So that probably reflection, that's probably a reflection there then. Because I can't see any hole in that one. Well, let's apply some filters. But you can see here it's obviously rotating, right? So it's got to be a balloon. See that? Definitely got the heart shape happening. Okay, we'll just try the sharpener as well. On the last settings. And it definitely still looks like a heart shape happening. But there's that bright spot happening here. Could be some sort of patch on it. Or some printing on it that's reflecting light more. Okay, so yes, so it's a heart shape, isn't it? Let's see if I can draw around it. You got it going this way, around. Oh, my mouse wouldn't go around. Let's try it that way. Go around, right down and around. Heart shape that way. And I bet if we get all the frames together and stacked them, we'll be able to see it spinning around. So debunked. So it looks like that one there actually. What if we got that one by itself? It's not as good. That one looks nice and shiny. You can see how the light's reflecting off here on the corner like we saw in the picture. That's what was happening. Because it's so tense, because as it goes up it gets more compressed inside the balloon, and so it's nice and solid unless it gets a hole. But you can see these ones as they photographed it, you got the reflective points here with the sun bouncing off or the flash. Well, let's save that one because that one is really nice looking balloon there. And let's just overlay it and see how close it is. But I'm not sure how we're going to be able to do it because it's rotated around. And it's also Z-axis going this way. Makes it a bit more tricky. So probably need to scale it up a bit. So I hold down my shift key to keep proportions. And it didn't work. So why did that not work? Because I was pushing the control key. Let's try that again. There we go. So what size are we looking at there? And we want to rotate it. And we need to bend it in the Z axis. This is where the fun comes. So we want to bend it that direction. And you can see it doesn't quite work too well. Starts to clip it. Now how do we rotate it? Probably need to make it bigger too. Now how can we rotate the sucker without losing our perspective there? Yeah, now you stuffed it up, Paul. Now that's close. Yeah, let's keep that. Now we need to wipe out some of it. So you should be watching me and you'll be great graphic artists. You know how to use paint.net. Just Google it and download it. Sorry, redhead. I think it's matching up pretty good actually. Even with the fogginess around the outside. Can't get much closer than that really. And then you can do the transparency thing. And go over top of it. It's almost got the reflections in the right place too, hasn't it? So that's the original. And as we bring in this overlay one, it's got the reflection there and it's got the reflection there. See that? I didn't think it's going to work out that good, but it has. It's got both reflections. There you go, another one busted. Do you like that one? Yeah. Did I home it? And I got to home it in with like a nail, hammer and nail. Because people say, oh yeah, you don't know what he's talking about. But anyway, that's what I'm good at. Whenever I do that with Earl Grey on, he's going, wow, he got that one nailed. Remember on that one show we did together and no one told me for a whole 3 hours that the microphone was going crackle, crackle, crackle? You ratbags. Whereabouts was it now? I probably should wrap it up now though, but 2 MUFON cases, that's pretty sad. Looks like I'm going to have to do another midweek one, isn't it? Where's that Earl Grey one? It's actually, it was a really good one we did too. Okay, we got the video open. Try again. I'll find it and I'll post which one I mean. Up there channel. It's going back a wee way now because we need to get Earl Grey back on our channel for updates. But with MUFON being all right mess at the moment and him going under the knife on his knees, knees being cracked open and replaced with robotic ones. Where is he? Back here somewhere. Was it that one? No, that was the MUFON debunk one I did. That's also another good balloon one, by the way, if you've not seen it. Goofon didn't know what it was. Humanoid. But debunked his balloon there. That's a really good one too. Mouse keeps disappearing on me. I think the sensor has been interrupted by some other device frequency there. Wasn't that one? Shelley. Where is it? Can't be that way far back, surely. There were good ones too. The Predator and the Ghost. If you've not seen those, you should watch those ones. The Apparition was damn good. That Ben Hansen caught. I think it's probably the best evidence ever that what people claim to be apparitions are real. Or it's one of the best hoaxes, and the FBI guy is a liar. Which I doubt very much. Predator. That was also based on camera artifacts, and I think Bruce watched it, Bruce Maccabee, because it's about his footage. Where was the thing with Earl Grey though? Probably gonna have to search on it. Thought I could recognize the icon here. Oh, it's this one here. Talking about that kite UFO. It's a shame though that no one told me about the audio mixer crackling. I would have tried to fix it. Although we know what causes it now, just to restart the mixer solves it. Earl joins with balloon debunks. I actually put him on the spot there. I said, "Oh, what do you think of this one?" And he's very careful not to give too much away in case he was wrong, which I don't blame him. But yeah, you could tell the audio was really rubbish until I fixed it midway, I think. Was it? Fixed it at some stage, I think. Yeah, it's going over the wrong direction, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd have to
look how crackly
shift
it is.
this one that direction a little bit. We're looking at this where it's, at a slant. Probably what is going on is that he's got a good wind. Somebody's holding a kite string on the other side of that, and that's why it looks like this to us. It's a little bit of a slant.
Oh, here we go. Go for difference. So there's that overlay. Here we go. There you go. So I probably haven't got the right. So I needed to change the background on this original one.
It looks exactly the same. It looks
yeah,
exactly
it's 100% fit, isn't it? 100% debunked. Anyway, go and have a watch that one if you've not seen it. Shame about the crackling. It wasn't too bad, I suppose, but it sort of ruined it for me. Anyway, I better wind down for today. I see we've only got 3 people watching the game, but I don't trust the stats. Stop yakking, bull, and wind down. I need to close down some of this. Tyler, you can go. I'll be back. Oh no, he's going to be back, guys. Hey, get rid of Alien as well. I'll be back. Tyler will come back. Thanks. Thanks, Susan and guys. Good night, all. Thanks for joining. And although I didn't read too many of the comments there, my eyes are not the best at the moment. And thanks for donation there, Susan, and liking. And do share. It's the only way this channel is going to get noticed, because Google is suppressing it. Okay, there we go. Let's wind it down. 4 hours. Crazy. Is it working? No. Good night, all. I'll be back tomorrow with Robert. I'm not sure what we're doing though. We'll be talking again about what we discussed earlier about this government disclosure about to happen, and some UFO cases, hopefully. Do you know if he posted in Discord, Susan? We might have to jolly him up because we need to create a queue for it. Yeah, it was way before you joined, Susan. You missed out on lots of good stuff. You could have learnt it all by now and you could have taken over from me. You could be doing all the video editing. Where's Shelley today? She said she was going to join us on her new laptop. I don't think I saw Shelley on. She reckons she wasn't getting notifications. Oh, I better end.